Hey, what's up, wrong person? How you doing, man? English, Clara, English. Even though the Philippines was colonized by Spain for a very long time, none of us know any Spanish over here. So, yeah, no. What's up, Kazuha? Good to see you again, man. How you doing? Back feels like it's broken. I've just been doing homework. Okay. Isn't that the new homework? Isn't that the new form of work nowadays? Oh yikes. Oof. I completely forgot. Completely forgot to save resin for that one. Well, at least we have the resin. We have resin from the teapot. I love the new Geo character in the trailer. She's so cute. I wonder what her name's gonna be. Gonna be streams in the background while doing work. By so many meaning, like you've been doing homework for that long. They've gone through so many streams. Oh, I wonder what I would want. Mora or XP books? Alright. I'm feeling XP books. I don't know. Like, this seems kind of low. I mean, you know, like, relative to my Mora. Alright, so where are these, though? No, that's XP. Or no, that's Mora. Where's the XP one? Yeah, there it is. Namaste. What's up, Nashidi? Namaste. I'm new here. Hey. Oh, sorry. I for some reason I saw the word new. Like, no, hey, what's up? What's up, Scarlet? Hey, good to see you again. So, Spirit, you hoarding? Well, you know, I'm not upsetting the market by hoarding, so I don't think it's a problem, right? They really look like Pokemon trainers. The new update going to give us free. The new update going to give us free. Auto do daily by using resin. Oh yeah. I'm so happy about that, by the way. I mean, I was already very happy with like this thing already here. But like, man, that like I don't know. I did not think of oh yikes. Oof. Well, this is a problem. I could not, you know, I haven't thought, like the thought never crossed my mind that that feature could be improved somehow. Like, it did cross my mind, like, at some point I did think about, like, oh, this feels bad that, you know, like, some of these points are just going to waste if you, like, blow through an entire quest in one go. But, like, it never crossed my mind that they could save, like, extras. Good news. At 76 pity, I got Furina. Hey, congrats, Scarlet. Congrats, man. Nice. The question is, did you pre-farm for her? Because if not, it might be 2 weeks to a month before you could actually properly use her. ZZZ was a disappointment? Really? Well, okay. Was okay for me. Wow, okay. You know, I'm not surprised. I'm not, no. Yeah, I'm not surprised by the mixed reactions. But I'm also not, I don't know, like, I'm not surprised. Because, like, we've barely seen any footage of like other gameplay from ZZZ, right? Like it was either combat or the screen thing, like the TV screen UI. So I don't know like how that was gonna be exciting. The TV's so bad. Weapon AK purple books. I'm leveling up any character since I pulled Wander on his first banner. What are you doing? What have you been doing, man? Do you hate leveling up characters? Well, I guess that's a thing though, is like there aren't that many enemies that are immune to Animo or have high immunity to Animo. So like anything that's not immune to Animo, you can use Wanderer for, I guess. So like, why would you need anybody else? Okay, Wanderer himself, like alone, isn't that good of a DPS, but you know, like build him well enough, and if you just really like his playstyle, then sure, I guess. Why am I going to that daily commission? I don't need daily commissions. I need one. Okay, I guess I should go get my weekly stuff. Agree that the animation and art are top tier. Other than that, it's just the TV watching simulator with a little combat. Oh, that sounds so bad. Okay, so it looks like I went to lose. I don't really follow a lot of Hoyo content creators, but the one Hoyo game content creator that I do follow, I went to lose, is the only creator that I heard comment about like how little content there is. No, how much time the TV screen thing takes up. Like combat, sure, there is combat, but like he is the only creator that I follow that has talked about that fact, and I guess that was pretty spot on. I've been losing 50-50 after 50-50, man. I want to Arlecchino, but well, I mean, okay, no. I was about to say that, like, okay, Chi-Chi at the very least runs, like, can be run with Arlecchino, and it's not bad. But then I thought about it, and like, okay, Chi-Chi heals, and healing takes away Bond of Life. So, no, it doesn't even work. Where am I going? The Ellen splash art shows how He doesn't wear anything's poking. What? Ellen Splash art? Splash? Oh, sorry. Like for some reason I was thinking splash art, even though I was reading. Oh wait, that is splash art. Wait, what do you mean Ellen splash art? From where? Ellen's an NPC, right? You can't take away Arlecchino's bonded life with healing. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't heal Arlecchino, so you can't take it away with healing. Okay, I guess. Well, at least it's not negative synergy. At least it's not negative synergy, right? Now you have a character that can be run with Arlecchino when you get her, I guess. You know, I'm kind of nervous. Like, I'm actually not at this point. I'm excited for an Arlecchino rerun, but I'm kind of nervous that Natlan characters might not power creep Arlecchino, but like make me feel like Arlecchino's not worth it anymore. Controversy for that game going on as well, mostly due to 80% characters in that game are kids. I know how morally good Hoyo community is. In ZZZ? Wait, what do you mean 80% of the characters are kids? I pulled a Chi-Chi at 90 pity. I lost 50. Oh, that's the song. I pulled a Chi-Chi. I lost. No. At 90 pity. I lost 50-50. Please come see me. I need help. What's up, Gulshan? Good to see you again, man. Only needs to level for normal attacks. 3-star weapon, easy to build. Yeah, like that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited, because like you get so much in return, right? Like because her because White Tassel is so good on her. Okay, so don't get me wrong, like her signature weapon looks really cool. And like I would prefer to have her signature weapon and like Arlecchino C0, but like practically you'll be fine for a very like until forever with just White Tassel, and instead of going for the weapon, just go for C1. Yeah, because the difference is so small between White Tassel and her signature weapon. Like not, you know, not insignificant small, but like small. Like especially because the fact that it's a 3-star. You got Furina? Hey, congrats, Gulshan. Congrats, man. Did you pre-farm for her, or are you gonna have to wait 3 weeks to play her? What's your favorite character in Genshin? I have many different favorite characters, man, depending on what reasons. If you can give me for what reason, then I can tell you exactly who. Zhongli or Murata? Might as well both, right? What was this immune to? I'm curious as to what the Pyro Archon is going to be focused on. Because the last new character we're getting... Oh, yikes. Okay, before Natlan is a burning character. So is Natlan going to be like really burning centric? Is the Pyro Archon gonna be focused around burning? Because I'd be kind of disappointed about that. Like, sure, they could make it really OP just by giving it insane multipliers, but I don't know if that would be fun. I don't know if that would be fun. Like, I don't know if they could find a way to make that fun. Character design wise, who's your favorite character? Design. Let me think. Dia comes to mind immediately for me, but let me think this through. Where's Candace? Candace looks nice too. Nah, yeah, no. I'm going for Dia. Yeah. Character design wise, all in on Dia. But including like their personalities, you know, like their character, and zero, like not completely, you know, ignoring combat capabilities and playstyle. Yeah, Miko. Yeah, hands down, including their personality, including like what kind of character they are in like the lore of Tavat. Yeah, Miko, definitely. I'm gonna get Yelan. Of course, man. Why would you not? Especially if you don't have her yet. Hey, what's up, Baku? How you doing, man? I don't farm till I got the character. Well, I guess there is an advantage to that. Like, because if you pre-farm for every character you pull for, okay, cool, you get to play them immediately. And then what? Now what? Okay, you can use them, and then once you do use them, then what? Is that a Kave? No, that was in the character archive. I've been saying this to every other character that might work with her. Dia might be playable now. Oh, burning. With burning, yeah. Wait, how does that work? So the damage mitigation. Okay, wait, how does... I heard that Emelie has... Oh wait, no, that they actually mentioned in the special program that Emelie gives the whole team like burning resistance or something like that. So how does that work? So if Dia is like, because Dia's damage mitigation, she takes a portion of the damage that you get, like your on-field character takes, right? So, but like, does Dia have burning resistance? Like, does does what portion of damage that takes, so that goes to Dia, is that also reduced by the burning resistance from Emelie? Emelie is a new character, Gulshan. She's coming in 4.6, or no, 4.8. Hey, what's up, Elijah? How you doing, man? Wasted all my Primo gems to get Furina, and I would have to grind a ton more to get like the characters in 4.8 banners. Who are you planning to get in 4.8, Scarlet? Thank you, RJ. I pulled Furina instead of Sigewinne. Hey, you're welcome, man. If we saved, I guess we saved you from like long-term emotional damage caused by short-term emotional damage. Yeah, sure. We'll take credit for that. And we're happy for you, man. Furina is like, I don't see Furina as like a super mega ultra high value character. Like she's not the best member in like most of the teams that you can run her in. But the fact that you can run her in all those teams makes her a very valuable character to have on an account. She's not a very valuable character for many of the teams that you can run her in, but she's just a very high value character for your account because you can use her in so many different teams. Dendro teams, Vape teams, Freeze teams, what else? Mono Hydro teams. Sigewinne is cute. Well, that's certainly what they went for. Navia, how good is she, by the way? Are you asking us, like, combat-wise, Elijah? Or something else? Something other than combat? Because combat-wise, she's okay, but she's in a very similar place as Eula, but like a little bit better. Yeah, a little bit better. She's in a little bit better place than Eula. On the field, okay. Yeah, like I just said, she's in the same place as Eula, I think. Now, granted, I think more players do prefer Navia, I think, over Eula, because like Eula just is not in a very good place, or like has not been in a very good place for a while.
闇来たる破滅の時がカウントダウン開始だ
I think it's mostly because Navia just has quite a few more playable teams, whereas Eula is just one team. Well, not like one specific team, but like one type of team. Just any team that will support her damage. Well, I guess two. Like one team that'll support her damage, you know, buff her, do superconduct and stuff. But like other than that, like a hyper bloom to carry.
善意を焼き尽くしたよさあ見届けるといい 落日は全ての始まりに過ぎない
Here. I think Navia would be even better if she wasn't Geo. Well, the thing though is like balance goes out the window once you change elements, right? Because they gave Navia's multipliers, like while deciding Navia's multipliers, they took Geo into consideration and the fact that you couldn't vape it, you couldn't melt it, you couldn't do aggravate, or like you couldn't put it in a quicken team, right? Or at least you can take advantage of it being in a quicken team. So of course, if she wasn't Geo, she was like Pyro or Hydro or Cryo, or even Electro, or even Dendro, then yeah, like with the same exact multiplier, she would be like so much better. But if her multipliers, if she was just a different element with, of course, rebalanced multipliers to account for what element she will be, I think she might be better. Like not better like numbers wise, but there the opportunity for nukes and for nuking and what's it called? Nuking and shoot, speed running. Yeah, yeah. Speed running and nuking. There, at least the opportunity will be there, and she's not just limited to her multipliers, the limit of her multipliers. Um, yeah, that, and she might be playable in quite a lot more teams. Hydro is just too busted of an element. No reaction wasted, except for Hydro crystallized. Oh man, crystallize. I mean, I appreciate that they tried to make crystallize a thing, though. I do appreciate that they're really working hard to try to make dead mechanics in the game a thing, like burning in 4.8 with Emelie. And like I appreciate that they tried to make crystallize a thing with Navia. Oh shoot! I hate it when she does that. Do you need to keep my eyes out for Navia and Yelan and Emelie when version 4.8 happens before we head to Natlan in version 5.0? That is a lot of characters you're planning to build for, Elijah. I think Navia, yeah. Oh, I guess I read that message already. Imagine Sarita applying a special status against enemies, which will be considered freeze, but would not really put enemies in a frozen state. We can finally do an what? Trying to bring back Shatter. So what would the animation be like? Like, they're not frozen, but then like you would just see ice shards come out of them when they get shattered somehow. Like even though they're not frozen. That would also mean Unli melt. A little too OP, yeah. A little too OP. Internet was acting up. Oof. Man, don't you just hate it when that happens? Shoot. What is a okay, maybe not Nahida. I'm trying to think of a better team. I guess I just don't have any good Dendro appliers. You know, that was actually one thing that I was looking forward to. I was gonna try to see if Emelie could be a possible alternative to Nahida. In like not necessarily her own kit, like the burning stuff, because I already heard about the burning stuff. I was looking forward to just Emelie just being a potential alternative to a possible alternative to Nahida, like you know, applying decent amounts of Dendro, and yet like not doing too low of a damage. But also applying a little less Dendro than Nahida. Because Nahida's Dendro application is just way too high. And like not fast, but like just high. That's it's very hard to get an Electro Swirl after your first rotation with Nahida as your Dendro character in a Quicken team. Yikes. There we go.
蒼天 またか行こうはっそこだ手をつなぎまし悪を極め影を狩り尽くす影を打つ
Need a good 4-star weapon for Furina. Almost have enough to craft one. 4-star weapon for Furina. Scarlet. Now, okay, I don't know if there are any adventure rank limitations or like requirements to fishing for what is it called? Flivsond. Where's the fishing guy? Is he not on the map? Oh, there, yeah. So there's like, if you go to this NPC over here, you can actually, well, I guess buy, like there's a 4-star sword over here called, well, okay, if I say it, it's still not gonna help you exactly like how it's spelled, but like there's literally only one sword that you can buy from the NPC over there, and you can't buy it with Mora or some other currency. You gotta go fishing for it, and like including its refinements, and that is the best 4-star weapon for Furina. Like if you don't have, where is she there, if you don't have Festering Desire, you know, like you said, your AR 29, I think is what you said. Yeah, AR 29. So clearly you haven't been playing for a very long time, and Festering Desire is a very old weapon from an event like long ago in ancient times. So I imagine you don't have that weapon. But yeah, like you don't have to craft anything, just go fishing. Well, quite a lot. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to. And yeah, good weapon for Furina. That is quite literally her best 4-star free-to-play option. Hey, what's up, Jace? How you doing, man? I quit games again. Sadly, won't play the new update in 4.8. Well, I think 4.8 is gonna be like most updates. Like probably will have maybe a little bit more than the usual Primo Gems. But also a lot more work to do because like there's gonna be a new like a summer region, which is gonna be a lot of exploration. But hey, you probably get a couple more Primo Gems than the usual patch without the summer region. Their best 4 stars, Festering Desire, then followed by Pipe. Just call it the Pipe. Fav if you're lucky. I guess so. Yeah, if you have Favonius, then you can use Favonius Sword on her. It's an alright option. I actually have Favonius Sword on Furina on my third account. I don't think I can handle any more fishing. I really should though, but I got nobody using Fab Sword anyway, so I guess it's fine. Well, I guess Kazuha is using Fab Sword, but Kazuha doesn't really need R5, especially in an AoE situation. Slap Fab on supports and call it a day. You know, I think that's something that we all should start doing. Is just start pulling on weapon banners that have Favonius weapons on it. I don't think anybody's done anything like that. Well, except whales. They pull on anything really. I think that might drastically change your gameplay experience. And by drastically, I mean like it's not obvious, like it's not gonna increase your damage, but it's gonna make it so that you reach a comfortable amount of ER on many of your characters, and comfortable rotations much sooner than you would if you just relied on like waiting for your artifacts to get better. I have a lot of Fab Swords. Only use it on Jean? What? Nobody else, really? Just realized how much summer updates foreshadow the next region. Klee update foreshadowed Inazuma stuff. Summer Fantasia foreshadowed Sumeru. Dream stuff last summer was the Oceanid people. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, what's her name? Ashikai. Ashikai just made a video of it. Yeah, and that has been talked about for some time now. Especially after, like, even after the very first summer update. Like, when we went to Inazuma, people started talking about it already. And then even more so when we went to Sumeru, because it was the same pattern all over again. And then even more so in Fontaine. Hey, what's up? Loyal hater. Interesting. That's an interesting dynamic. What the? Huh. Interesting. Where's the other one? Oh, okay. Sure. How are you doing? Pretty good, man. Thanks for asking. How about you, man? How's your day going? I only have one Fab Sword, R2, refining it, right? It's so much more useful having two R1 Fab Swords than having one R2 Fab Sword. Really excited for Natlan version 5.0. Soon, hopefully, we get to see what the Pyro Archon's like. And we, of course, we see 3 new characters as well. Yep, that's true. Okay, nothing good, nothing bad. Hey, isn't that a good thing? Nothing bad? Isn't that a good thing already? I consider that would be a pretty good day if nothing bad happens to me on the day. I'd rather have like 0 bad things happen to me in 10 days than 9 bad things happen to me and 1 good thing happen to me in the span of 10 days. Oh, yikes. Hydro. I guess that's fine. Yeah, we'll just VV shred them. Started playing this game 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Wow, okay. Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself, loyal hater. How do you feel about the game so far? I'm sure some people will hate it, some people will love it. I'm a proud AR-13. Hey, good to hear that, man. Good to hear that. If you are... Well, okay, how do I put this? I don't even know, like... I guess... When I played this game, it was the first time I ever played a game like this. How do I... even put it? Like... I felt like I was playing... Okay, because up to that point, I had never played any AAA games. Well, the only AAA game I'd ever played my whole life was... I mean, like, is Dota 2 considered a AAA game? Dota 2 and CSGO, are they considered AAA games? I don't know. Like, if they are, then I guess I have played other AAA games, but if they're not, then the only AAA game I'd ever played up to that point was GTA 5, and I never even played GTA 5 like online, GTA Online. It was just story mode over and over again, and to me, it felt really like refreshing. I mean, you know, granted, I was just barely able to play it because way back in 1.0. We didn't have the... Oh, I guess we did have many of the graphic options that we do have now. Like, for example... So, okay, we had many of these already, but some of these were not there at the time. The biggest thing was render resolution. We didn't have anything below 1.0. It was just 1.0, 1.1, and 1.5. And I didn't have my desktop yet back then. I was just on my laptop, and like it wasn't even a gaming laptop. It was a thin and light laptop that just so happened to have a graphics card in it too, and not even a very powerful one. Like just a graphics card. Granted, a modern-ish, like thin and light graphics card, but certainly not modern for gaming graphics card. Yeah, like, I don't know, and it felt really refreshing. Oh, shadows too. Shadows? Okay, cool. Shadows, like, are actually, like, legit. They look real. But, like, we did not have... Where's the shadow stuff? Shadow, oh, here. We didn't have the lowest option yet back then. We didn't have this option back then. And boy, oh boy, does it make a difference. Like, it's... when we finally got to the update, whichever update shadows, the shadow thing was added into, like the lower graphical settings were added into. At that point, like I enjoyed the game even more than I did. It was my first time ever playing a AAA game other than GTA 5, but and it was so new to me. I felt like I was in a new world. Yeah, that's kind of how it felt like to me. So I don't know, like I just sort of fell in love with the game. I got 3 characters. That would be MC. Your main character, the Traveler, as we know him, or his like, or Ether or Lumine, whichever one you picked. Lumine being the girl, Ether being the dude. Amber. And who's the third character we get? Kaya? Oh, I guess yeah. I guess it is Kaya. Okay. Huh. All right. So you got Amber, MC, and the Traveler and Kaya. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like at this point, really, there's kind of nothing else to do. There's kind of nothing else to do for you right now, loyal hater. The only thing for you to do right now is really just to keep going with your Archon quests. Get your adventure rank up to a certain point. Make your... Okay, do you know how to make your character strong? I guess in the... Okay. In the early game, I would recommend you look out for... man, how do we... You look out for these artifact sets. So, Berserker sets. And... Berserker, Exile... I guess Adventure also kind of helpful. Like the 2-piece gives you 1000 HP, but like really if you feel like you die quite a lot, like the 2-piece gives you 1k HP, sure, it'll be helpful. Yeah, so like Berserker specifically and Exile. Yeah, like look out for those artifact sets. And don't like but the way that you level up these things are like some of the biggest I guess power-ups to any character in the game. This and weapons. Yeah, so this and these and weapons. Now as for weapons, I would recommend to look out for... So you're probably gonna get a bunch of 3 stars in the for the next long while. I would recommend keep all of, or at, like if you get to like 15 of these Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, keep at least 15 of them. Maybe even 20 if you want. Because like if you can see mine, it says refinement rank 5, and the way that you get refinement rank 5 is you need 5 copies of a weapon. And now this will probably not be very helpful for you yet. It can be, but maybe not just yet because you don't have any catalyst users right now. But just weapons to look out for, look out for and keep, and artifact sets to look out for and keep. So this thing, Harbinger of Dawn, Thrilling Tales of the Dragon Slayers, even this thing, Black Tassel, White Tassel, this, but like really short term, I guess. Really short term. Let me think. Okay, I guess this is also pretty useful. So, yeah. Like, there's a chance that you might want this sooner or later, depending on like how your account progresses, depending on what characters you get in the future. But yeah, like overall, as of right now, AR13, like there's sort of not really much that you can do. Not really much that you can do to make your characters stronger. Your main goal right now is just to get your adventure rank up. Get your adventure rank up. Just keep going with your main storyline quest. Like that's the yellow quest. Yeah, and then like just keep going. Just keep going for now. I can't really say like what adventure rank you should start thinking about building your characters, but like right now, hoarding is gonna be very useful for you long term. Just hoard as much stuff as you can for now. A really good early game character for you to invest in is going to be Kaya. Yeah, so Kaya is going to be a really good character to invest in for you right now. And for Kaya, you could, I guess, like if you have cool steel, sure, but then like it'll really only get useful. Well, hang on. What was it passive again? Affected by Hydro or Cryo. Okay, yeah. So cool steel is okay, but really what you want is Harbinger Dawn. Like this thing. So Harbinger Dawn and or cool steel for Kaya. There's Kaya. Oh, I can't find him. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so cool steel, Harbinger Dawn, in the early game, really. Those are gonna be your best friends for Kaya. I would don't invest all your resources into Kaya though, like into just one character. Sure, level up like Harbinger Dawn. Like I guess this weapon is okay. It's okay to level it all the way because sooner or later, you may or may not get characters, like even into endgame that still use that weapon. Like look at this, like you saw that character I was using just now, right? Like you saw him. Like you literally saw me using like a very endgame character on Harbinger Dawn. Chongyun the Traveler, Furina, Sucrose. Oh, you have Furina. Oh, even better. Yeah, no. Like use Kaya then. Kaya, Chongyun. Oh, okay. Hey, you have a team right there. Kaya, okay, so not a very good team because it's like it's Freeze. Freeze used to be really good, but like this is like ignore what I'm saying right now because when I say used to be really good, I'm talking about like endgame stuff. But for now, you got a team going. Chongyun, Kaya, Furina, and Sucrose. You got a team right there. And okay, hang on. You know what? Let's try putting that team together. Yeah, it is. It certainly is. Very much so. Very much so. Okay, here's my freeze team. Alright, so Sucrose. Let's go get Sucrose. There. Sucrose, Furina, Chongyun, and Kaya. Now, granted, right now, you don't really have artifacts yet, so Sucrose is not gonna be very helpful right now. So I guess what you could do now is replace Sucrose with another catalyst user. So okay, the fact that you have all those other characters at this point means that you probably already have Barbara. Wait, when do you get Barbara? No, wait, Barbara is like AR20. No, you don't even have Barbara yet. Okay, well, yeah, I guess you could just keep Sucrose in. And what you want to do is on Sucrose, you want to put this thing on. Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. Change your traveler Dendro. Dendro reaction is really useful. Loyal hater, do you have Kuki Shinobu yet? It's this character. Do you have her? If yes, then what Shinrin? No Kuki? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Alright. Anyway, yeah, when you do get her, what Shinrin is saying in chat is actually a really good idea as well. So who is that again? Let me see. What was that? Chongyun, Traveler, and Chongyun, Traveler, Furina, Sucrose. Wait, you don't have Kaya yet? Wait, no, that's 4 characters. Okay, so I'm assuming 3 characters other than those. Okay, so Chongyun. No, no, that's 3 characters other than travelers. Chongyun, Furina, Sucrose. Okay, you literally just started. You don't. Do you have Amber even? Have you gotten to that point? Also have Rosaria. Oh, Rosaria is pretty good too. Yeah, no. Wait, replace. Stop. Wait, I guess Kaya's okay. Yeah, like in super early game, if Cookie exists, it's OP. Yeah, exactly. In super early game, Rosaria, like in like mid game to late game, Kaya. No, sorry, not Kaya. Rosaria is certainly better than Kaya, but like in super early game, Kaya is better than Rosaria because of this sword, because of these swords, because Cool Steel and this one, Harbinger Dawn. Um, you just have like really early game, like weapons that are like really good, and one of them even way into end game, that Kaya can take advantage of, whereas Rosaria kind of doesn't really have any super early game weapons, unless if you got really lucky, and like you somehow have this Favonius Lance, and although even if you do, you won't like you need crit rate, to utilize Favonius Lance, and if you don't, then like it's still an okay weapon. It's just not as good as it can be. But yeah, Kaya is certainly a character that I would recommend in super early game. If I can find him. There he is. Traveler, Dendro, Lisa, Furina, best early team. Oh, well, yeah, sure. That's true, right? Like Lisa, allowing your... Well, I guess technically you can Hyper Bloom with Lisa. But like, I don't... Like, I've... The only time nowadays that I use Lisa is in trial runs, and I see some hyper blooms, but I don't exactly know how I'm proccing them. It's just happening. It's just happening somehow, but I don't know how. Furina, can I find you, please? There you go. Why did I deploy that team? Okay, what am I doing? Three bounties. Okay, I already did my bounties, weeklies. Okay, so now I guess I gotta... Did I do one daily yet? No. Okay. XP. Where is that XP ley line? Oh, there it is. No, that's okay. I don't think you really need Barbara, because like I don't know. You have Furina. I would recommend strongly against even touching Barbara. No, I forgot. This is not the team I want to use. Wait, where'd you come from? Is Furina good? Yes. Furina is one of the most... Like, I wouldn't say Furina is one of the best characters in the game, but she is one of the most useful characters in the game. She is very good. But as for, like, I guess because of how useful she is, you could argue that she is one of the best characters in the game. And, like, granted, she is in some teams. But yeah, like, she is... Yeah, she's very good. You're actually very lucky to have Furina. Wait, you said you started 2 days ago. Okay, oh yeah, all right. Yeah, you actually started really like at a really good time, and got a really good character. Now, granted, it'll be a while before you can fully utilize Furina, but like I said, Furina is one of the most useful characters in the game. Even if you cannot fully utilize her yet right now, because of just how good she is, she will still be useful to you. Now, as to why, full explanation might get a little complicated, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about the little details for now. Thank God, didn't pull Sigewinne, right? So, okay, wait. Loyal hater, what made you decide to pull for Furina and not Sigewinne? Does Genshin still offer the newbie banner, where you get 5 stars and 50 pulls? Newbie banner? The Noel banner? Wait, what do you mean you got a 5-star and 50 pulls? I don't remember that. When Furina didn't exist back then, we ice bridged on water. I'm so sorry, loyal hater. That's been sort of like an ongoing theme in the Genshin community, like since the beginning of time, really. Furina sort of just ended that meme. There's this like very long running meme that marbles expire. Maybe I should turn down the SFX so I could actually see something. Do they still offer the Noel banner? I think that's a permanent thing. I don't remember ever hearing any sort of announcement to say otherwise. I can't see anything. There. Do I still have any marbles? Check on current banners. You might have missed Noel banner. But yeah, she's guaranteed there, and she works really well with Furina. Well, you know, like, once you actually have some investment into her, but like really early game, no. And the thing you gotta remember, Shinrin, like the guy's brand new, right? So he might be able to actually burst on Noel like once a week. With what little artifacts he has right now. Because number one, Noel doesn't generate any particles. So and like her healing thing. Well, wait, I don't remember. Does it come from a passive or is it from her burst? I don't actually remember. I just haven't looked at her in so long. I can't even see her. I can't see her. Do I not have Noelle? What? Am I dumb? Oh, there. Okay, okay. Okay, so shield, cooldown, duration. No? Where does the heal come from? Oh! It comes from the skill. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. But then, like, come on, physical Noelle. I really got to do one daily here. Or did I do one already? Oh, I guess I did. A lot of learning to do. Oh well. That was like me too back then, just clueless in the game. By the way, how to get Jean? She looks really cool. Well, Jean is a 5-star character. She is what is referred to as a standard 5-star character. Now the characters that you see in these two banners over here are called limited 5 stars. And the way that you can get these types of the characters that show up on these banners are like when their banners show up here. Now as for Jean and a few other 5 stars as well, that's not it. If we go in here, like all these, well, no, 5 stars. There it is. Okay, yeah. So all these 5 stars, Dia, Kaching, Chi-Chi, Jean, and I guess these weapons, Tainari, Mona, Diluc, you can get them from this banner, but please don't use. Okay, by the way, yeah, all right. Very important thing. Do not use this currency to pull for this banner, for this last banner on the right. You can use these if you get them, but do not, under any circumstances, buy Acquaint Fates using this currency. No matter what happens, just don't. Just don't. You can gradually get free Acquaint Fates. That is mostly through the battle pass. You get it from here every 10 levels, I think. Yeah, 10, 20. Yeah, but just don't buy Acquaint Fates. Like, don't use any of your currency to buy them. You will just gradually get free Acquaint Fates. Oh, also you get free ones from leveling up characters as well. But as of right now, you have a very limited amount of resources, a very limited amount of Mora, a very limited amount of XP books to level characters up. So I don't recommend leveling up characters for now to get these. Sure, they'll be useful, but don't worry. You will eventually, you will gradually accumulate them. Just right now, what you really want are these pink fates. They're called intertwined fates. I was dumb. I pulled on standard banner with primos during 1.0. I can't say I didn't. I would love to say I never did that, but I can't. 1.0. Oh, okay. Loyal hater. This game, obviously, it's a free-to-play game, right? So this is basically a game as a service. it is just updating and updating and updating. Like if you look on the banner, banners have a timer. And every version of this game, every version update, you get 2 sets of these banners. Like this is the second half. You are on the second half of version 4.7 right now. And every version update has 2 sets of banners. So before this, we had who did we have? Oh, Clorinde and we had Clorinde and Alhaitham in the first half of 4.7. And we are now currently on the second half of 4.7. And they're only, like half, right? Obviously. So there are only 2 sets, right? 2 sets of banners. So that means after this time runs out, that will be another version update. And not just new characters, like it's not just these that reset. Like they actually, like Hoyoverse, like the developer of this game, makes a huge deal of like version updates. So it's not just that we get new banners. Yes, that's sort of like one of the bigger highlights, depending on like which characters we get. Like because the game's been going on for quite a while now, like more than 3 years at this point. Well, I guess 3 years at this point. So we have a lot of characters like from like years ago, and some of them are still very good. And obviously every now and then we get a new character as well. All right, so those are certainly one of the bigger highlights of every version update. But we get a lot of events, we get new content, we get new maps. Like if you, okay, here's just for some context, loyal hater, just for some context. When we first started this game, the only regions we had were this, like whatever I'm showing on camera right now, this, and like we didn't have this, we didn't have Dragonspine, we had Liyue. This, okay, I'm just gonna try and zoom out. Yeah, like we had Mondstadt, this area right here that I'm like encircling, this up to no, not that far, here to here, and then here, and that's it. That's all we had back then. And then at some point we got Dragonspine. And at some point we got Inazuma, and at some point we got all of Sumeru, which was, yikes, it was a lot. And then at some point we got Fontaine, piece by piece by piece. We got more of the map. At some point we got Chenyu Vale, which is also a part of Liyue. We also got the Chasm as well. But yeah, like it's just a continually updating game. You get like, not every patch gives you a new region. Hey, what's up, Yo-Yo? How you doing, man? Hey, what's up, Sus? Someone bring him to Sumeru for Green Traveler. Will that even be good right now? I mean, he doesn't have... If he has Kuki, then yeah. Like, really. Or even Raiden Shogun. But not... Like, I don't know if it'll be that good right now, really. I mean, it won't be bad. Reach AR 18 quick, like there's no way. You just keep doing your Archon quest, man. I mentioned it earlier. Right now, AR like what would you say, 13? There's really kind of nothing that you can do right now. Right now, just keep going with your main storyline quest, the Archon. That's called the Archon quest. Just keep doing that, as well as collect Animoculi and Geoculi. Well, in the game they're called Geoculus and Animoculus. Just collect these. I don't have the extra Geoculus. Wait, why don't I have it? I guess I never found it. Okay, well, whatever, right? So collect the Animoculus. This one's from Mondstadt. And collect the Geoculus from Liyue, the brown one. Because that is going to be so helpful for you right now, because you are going to be doing a lot of so like a lot of sprinting, a lot of climbing, a lot of swimming, and of course you're gonna need that stamina bar. you're gonna need your stamina bar, like this thing. You're gonna need this thing to be much longer. So, oh yeah, I guess exploration. Do your exploration too. Yeah, do your exploration too, loyal hater. Like, just explore. Unlock teleport waypoints. Unlock domains. Unlock statues of the seven. What else? Like open chests. Do puzzles. Like Shinrin said, spend resin. It's a little hard to spend resin right now, really, because like his characters are so like they're just not built just yet. Yeah, so like we would just like right now, okay, like you said, you got to get to AR 18. So just explore really for now and level up your statues. Okay. I guess Sumeru, yeah. My Sumeru statues aren't max leveled yet. Oh, I guess he's so early game that like his traveler might just be one hitting enemies right now. So I think that's an okay prospect for now. All right, so what you want to do too is like once you collect your oculi, your animoculi and your geoculus, go to your statue in Mondstadt and or Liyue for like Mondstadt for Animoculus and Liyue for Geoculus, and you want your like just interact with your statue, and then go to like worship statue, and then that's when you can offer your Animoculus and or Geoculus, and this gives you. Does this give you AR XP? I don't remember actually. But yeah, it gives you a lot of stuff. And not only like, especially the Mondstadt and the Liyue ones, they're so useful because of the stamina. I believe collecting Animoculus and Geoculus also gives you adventure rank XP. What else did I need to do again? Oh right, weekly bosses. I forget that his level things can be killed with 2 normal attacks. Yeah, that's true. There will come a time though that stuff gets a little harder. But yeah, at this point, I think it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like the game's difficulty is like really low at the very beginning, like where you just one hit things, and then like as you keep going, it gets harder. Like things start to feel a lot tankier, and then like at some point, like when you actually start building your characters, you start, well, you won't be one hitting them anymore, but the game will actually get a lot more fun because you'll actually get to use your characters properly. Why didn't you pull for Arlie? I can't understand how someone can skip her. Well, okay. So, at that point, I already knew that Clorinde was coming, and I already started hearing rumors about an Alhaitham rework. So that was really the main reason why, because I knew that I didn't have enough primos for like on average luck. I knew that I could only get Arlecchino. No, not Arlecchino. I could only get one of those three characters on average to bad luck, and I even got like I was even really lucky during Alhaitham's and Clorinde's banners. Okay, if I go into my pity right now, like look at this. Yeah, like look at that. I'm at 6 pity with very little primos left. And I don't even have any more star glitter left. Yeah, I got very lucky to be able to get our Clorinde and Alhaitham. Now Clorinde, okay, practically, I should have gotten Arlecchino and Alhaitham instead of Clorinde and Alhaitham. Practically, but hey, I'm biased. I'm a little biased, really. Hey, what's up, Abby? Good to see you, man. My friends don't play this game. I asked them to play this game. Wait, what did they say? Why not? Well, I mean, you know, like, it's a video game. Not all video games are for everybody. As for me, I'm into anime. I'm into casual. Well, not necessarily casual games. No, how do I put it? I don't know. Like like Genshin just sort of it hits the spot for me because I've always liked. Oh yikes! This is not the team I want to be using here. So Genshin's just I don't know. I've always liked this kind of aesthetic, like not this specifically. Like I didn't dream about like what Genshin looked like way before it existed, but like I used to play this MMORPG that had a very similar aesthetic to it. But like imagine Genshin, but instead of a gacha game, it was an MMORPG, and like from 20 years ago. From 20 years ago. So yeah, imagine that. And I really liked it, even though I hated the fact that it was because it was an MMORPG. It was such a grind, and I never even got to experience endgame, even after playing it for years, just because I couldn't grind. Like, I just couldn't grind as much as I really needed to in that game. So even though I never got to experience endgame in that game, and I just wasn't good enough to even be competitive, even though like I was able to experience endgame in it in private servers and not in the official server. I still really liked it, like mostly because of the aesthetic, and I liked it because it was simple. Like it wasn't too complicated for me. It was easy enough for me to play, but at the same time, it also wasn't so easy. Like it wasn't like a Plants vs Zombies. So I could at least feel the satisfaction of feeling strong when I put in the effort to play it, and that's sort of what Genshin is to me. Like Genshin is complicated. Like if you explain everything in theory, if you put everything into words, but it's actually like in gameplay, in practice, it's not that complicated. If you can see what I'm doing right now, like it just sort of feel like you might think like, oh wow, he's just spamming his skills, and like, you know, oversimplified. Yeah, that's literally what I'm doing. It's simple. It's complicated. It's complicated enough that it makes me feel like I'm doing things right. Yay. But it's not so complicated that I can't do it. They deny playing this. What? Okay. I gotta say, Genshin is not exactly the type of game that I would announce to everyone that I play. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like, something like CSGO or Dota 2 or Maybe not. I don't know. Like, okay, so Roblox and kind of Roblox and Fortnite. Now those games, I would be absolutely embarrassed to tell anyone that I play, and thank God that I don't. But so CS:GO, Fortnite, or sorry, no, I just said that CS:GO, GTA 5, CS:GO, Dota 2. Those are games that I'd be proud to tell everyone that I play. Genshin has a bad stereotype where I am. Really? What stereotype does Genshin have? I don't really know in my city, like locally, but in the Philippines, I just don't see anyone publicly play it. I know that a lot of people play it here, but I never see anyone have the game on their phone or like play it out in public. I'm gonna guess that's because like it's a game that that people here are embarrassed to like they feel embarrassed if other people find out that they're playing this game. That's sort of what I'm getting. Like here in the whole country, but in my city, I don't know. Genshin has a stereotype. Yikes. Okay, I think you know what, loyal hater. I don't think we should get into this topic. This is more along the lines of like the Genshin community. Genshin community is a little wild. I will say that it's a little wild, a little out there. It's not. It's not a terrible community. It's just that it's so big that there can be people that are a little bit wild. So yeah, but like that's a rabbit hole. That's a rabbit hole, and I think that's gonna be something that you can go down. That's a rabbit hole you can go down in some other day. But right now, we're here to help you out with your account. People say Genshin players are no no lives and will grow to be failures. Well, it it's not something I can disagree with, but it's also not something I agree with. I'm sure there are people like that. I'm sure that's true for some people. But I'm also sure that's not true for everyone. Don't understand a single thing that you said to me in the beginning. About what, loyal hater? What about specifically? Because like right now, really, you're at the point where you have very little in terms of resources. You have very little weapons, XP books, artifacts, and like everything that you need to make the game more comfortable for you to play later on. Because right now you're probably just one hitting everything, and like okay, cool, like very comfy playstyle. But sooner or later, that's gonna end, especially if you weren't investing into your characters and teams, and you can't exactly invest into your characters and teams if you don't have any resources, and there aren't an overabundance of resources in this game. There's no shortage, but there's also not an overabundance of it. Especially if you start using your resources on things that you won't need later on. Just about weapons, character banners, and reactions. Oh, wait, I didn't talk about reactions. I think it must have been like the guys in chat. Yeah. But as for the weapons, the character... Okay, so you asked about Jean earlier. So, like, I guess... I don't know if you know this, but this is a gacha game. And so the banners... Okay, so you asked about Jean. I guess I'll explain that. There are two kinds of 5 stars in this game. There are what are called limited 5 stars. 5 stars that you can only get if their banners are here, and there are standard 5 stars. Now, standard 5 stars you can get from a limited banner, because like the wishing system here. Okay, I guess we'll start with that, the wishing system, because this is a pretty big part of the game. So every time you make a wish here, like every single one of those wishes gets, oh no, not this one, has a, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Has a 0.6% chance that you will get a 5-star. Not the 5-star here, but a 5-star. Especially if you, let's say, very beginning, you haven't made a single wish, for example, then every single wish you make on one of these banners has a 0.6% chance to get you a 5-star. Now, okay, what do I mean by a 5-star? Because the first 5-star that you get from this banner, there is a 50% chance that it will be the 5-star that is on the banner that you are wishing on. If you're wishing on this banner or this banner, there's a 50%, like on this banner, for example, there's a 50% chance that you will get Furina, but there's also a 50% chance that you will get a standard 5-star, which is one of these. But it's only a character, no weapons, just the characters. Standard 5-star characters. Earlier you were asking about Jean. Jean looks cool. Jean is very, like, she's the type of character that is good in many things, but she's not the best at any of them. So not a lot of endgame players actually use her. There are some situations that they will use her, but she's just not very good in endgame. And there's a 50% chance that you will get one of these 5-stars. Now, if you get your first 5-star and your first 5-star is not Furina, then it will be one of these 5-stars. And once you get one of these 5-stars, then your pity, by the way, there is a pity system here. So like I said, every wish you do on these banners gives you a 0.6% chance to get a 5-star. But that doesn't mean that you could just keep wishing forever if you have bad luck. No. At some point, like when you hit 90 wishes. Hey, what's up, Mighty? How you doing, man? When you hit 90 wishes, your 90th wish is guaranteed to be a 5-star. Now again, if you haven't wished on the banner ever, that is still a 50% chance to be Furina or to be one of these. In case you, so this is what we refer to as 50-50. Right? Like, you're going to hear this a lot. Are you on 50-50 or are you guaranteed? You teaching a newbie? Yeah, like Loyal Hater's a new guy here. And there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn, but like compared to a game like Ragnarok Online, like Genshin is so much more tamed. Like, even to this day, I do not understand at all like what I have to do in Ragnarok Online. Like, until level 60, sure. But like anything after that, I have no idea what I have to do in that game. It is so huge. Like, there's so many things that you got to remember. Like in Genshin, there's 1 or 2 ways to build a character, or like maybe 4, I don't know, depending on what character it is. But like in Ragnarok Online, there's like 1,000 ways to build a character. So like, yeah, like there's a lot to learn in Genshin, but like compared to like some other games out there, yeah, it's a lot simpler. 90 isn't that much if you played other gacha games. Yeah. Also, so okay, like all right. I can see that you're overwhelmed by the 90 pity. Now, alright, so Loyal Hater, it's not mentioned in here. Like, no matter how many times you read through this, there's this thing that you will often hear from players talking about the wishing system, that we call soft pity. So 90 pity is something that we refer to as hard pity. Now there is something that we refer to as soft pity, Now, soft pity it is in the game code, but it like they don't explain that in here. I imagine Hoyo probably didn't want players to find out about it. Hoyo probably just added it into their wishing system to, I guess, reduce the chances that players just quit. Just yeah, I think that's the reason why they added it. But so the soft pity thing is so okay. Like I said, by 90 attempts, by 90 wishes, you are 100% guaranteed to get a 5-star. And I said every wish that you make, there's a 0.6% chance that you get a 5-star. But around 70, I think 74 exactly, around 70 wishes, this chance actually goes up. And it goes like way up, really, really way, way up at around 70-ish. So, like, when you get to around 70-ish wishes, your chances of getting a 5-star, they go significantly up. And as you keep going, your chances of getting a 5-star just keep going up and up and up. And it's not even like a little. Like, I don't remember. Hang on. This is just something that players discovered by statistics and not. And I think maybe like some people went into the game code. I don't know really. Hang on. Um, mm, I gotta Google this. People. Okay. Oh, here. Right, right. So yeah, it's about a. Yeah, it's about a 30% chance. Like once you get to 73 or 74 wishes and you haven't gotten a 5-star, your chances go up to like around 30%. Like this 0.6%, like every wish you make after 74, it's like a 30% chance that you will get a 5-star every wish you make. So that's what we refer to as soft pity, and that is something that you will hear everywhere if you like in Genshin if you ever talk about the wishing system. So yeah, 90 sounds crazy, but the chances of getting all the way to 90 is actually pretty slim. Now, granted, there is a chance, like it's not zero, but there is a chance still that you can get to all the way to 90, and that is awful. That is something that all of us dread over here. But it's also not something that can happen every time. I think I don't think I've ever gotten to 90. Pity. Maybe I've gotten to 89 or 88, but never 90 really. Yeah, so the chances of like having such bad luck is pretty low. Hitting 90 is rarer than a double 5-star. I think that might actually be true, yeah, because I have gotten double 5-stars like more than once before, but I cannot remember ever going all the way to 90 pity even once. And I have 3 accounts. Right? So there's essentially gives me 3 times the odds of potentially hitting 90 pity, like because I have 3 accounts, but like no, I don't remember even once going. Maybe 89 or 88, like just once on one of my accounts, but never 90. Double 5-star is so okay. Yeah, so right. Imagine this, right? When like there's a 1 wish thing here, and there's also a 10 wish thing here. So some like when you do 10 pulls, obviously it does like 10 at a time. Yeah, like you just get a double 5-star, right? Like so, like I said, every wish you make in this game, there's a 0.6% chance that you get a 5-star. It's not zero, right? So like if you do a 10 pull, there's literally a chance that you could get 10 5-stars. Right? If you just I don't know what you gave the devil for that, but if that happens to you, then hey, I'm sorry for whatever the devil's about to take from you. But that could happen. Cuz like I said, every wish in the game. RJ, demonstrate how to do a 10 pull. No, stop. Stop. You are horrible. Your horrible examples. Sorry, no, not examples. What's the word I'm looking for? Temptation? No, I'm looking for another word. Influences. There you go. Accidentally hitting the confirm button. You know, it almost happened to me. Like a moment ago, I was about to click on the wish one button, just to show, and then I remembered, oh, it's not red. It's not red. Yikes! Show us how the thing is done. No, you guys are terrible influences. Oh my god. The wrong person to be influenced by. I know how to wish. Yeah, yeah. We were basically just telling you like the wishing system, and like because the wishing system really is sort of the main part of Genshin. Because so the combat side of Genshin, like okay, we're just gonna tell you this right now. You will get to a point where Genshin's combat system is sort of a joke, because the limit, the ceiling, the damage ceiling of characters and teams in Genshin is so much higher than the amount of HP that enemies can have in the game. So that's why, like, yes, combat is something that we will talk about, but like the wishing system is sort of like the main part of Genshin. Because wishing will be how you get characters in the future. It is how you'll be able to plan. It is how you'll be able to plan for like how like saving your your primo gems. This is like one of the most important resources in the game, especially if you're not a whale. Right? If you're not a whale, then this is gonna be one of the most important resources in the game for you. I guess. XP books, these things, and Mora. Oh, and these things too. If we go down, these things. Yeah. But these things will really only be important until a certain point. Like once you have weapons for, like more than enough weapons for all the characters that you want or currently have or could, like no, currently have, or might want, or will plan to get at some point, you kind of don't really need them anymore. So yeah, that's why we talked about it so much. It's because like it is such a huge thing in the game. It is how you get characters, and so different characters in this game have different kits. Like, and I'm sure you could see that as I've been playing the game, and I'm sure you could see that I change characters, I change teams depending on who I'm fighting, what I'm fighting, etc. So basically, character collection, that is one of the biggest parts of this game. Okay, I'm not gonna do this daily yet because I haven't done this, and I feel like it gives me encounter stage points. I don't think it does. Oh yikes! That's not right. XP books or Mora? XP books, I guess. I have a lot of characters. Well, yeah, and that's why. Okay, so that's exactly why I talked so much about the wishing system, is because again, planning for like saving this currency, right? Saving your primo gems, saving your intertwined fates, because what characters you have and don't have on your account drastically change your gameplay experience. And that's why earlier, I don't know if you remember, if you heard me say it, but like earlier I brought up hoarding. Like hoarding in the very early game is like going to save you so much trouble much later on. because actually, I guess I don't know if this is right for me to say this, but like Genshin is also partly a what's the word? Resource management. Yeah. It's a resource management game. Because of the nature of like how much free resources the game gives you, and not just like, and by free resources I'm talking about like these, like all of these materials from monsters, like I said earlier, the XP books, the Mora, the Primo gems, what else, even the weapons are a form of free resource that you can get in the game. Like, and if you can manage that, like if you manage it well, you will have a much smoother experience. But if you use them up on, like I don't know, like if you just, well, I don't think there's such a thing as wasting resources in Genshin, because like it's a video game and like anyone can play the game however they want to. But I guess spending it inefficiently is the best way to put it. Or no, not inefficiently, but spending it less efficiently than the most efficient way to spend it. I guess that's sort of the main idea, is there's limited resources in this game, and you need those resources if you want to achieve a certain goal. And obviously there's combat in this game. Eventually you're gonna have to do combat, and we want that combat to be not difficult or not annoying. And other than combat, the only other thing to do in Genshin really is collect characters. And, well, not necessarily just collecting them to have them, but also having them also means that you get to play their specific unique kits and playstyles. And you get to play them in different combat scenarios. The different like endgame combat scenarios that you will be able to, that you'll get to experience is called Spiral Abyss. Is this thing? Eventually you'll get there. And recently, a very new addition to the game, Imaginarium Theater, which is this thing. But yeah, you won't have to deal with that for now. That's sort of like a long-term, like look very far ahead type of thing. Be playing Genshin now. Have a nice day. Thanks for the tips. Sure. Hey, loyal hater, we have a Discord server, and so if you use Discord, I'd recommend you join it. If you want to ask for more tips, at least over there, like we'll. All right, this has become sort of a meme at this point. Many of the people that ask me personally for help, I sort of respond to with an essay. Don't use Discord. All right. Yeah, it's because it's become sort of a meme at this point in this community. That anyone who asks me personally for help, I respond to with an essay or like a research paper. But yeah, anyway, be seeing you, man. Thanks for coming by to hang out. Feel free to like comment or whatever, like if you have any other questions. As you can see, I'm not exactly a big guy on YouTube, so it'll be a while before I get to the point where I'm overwhelmed with replying with the comments. Why did I stop? The guy's not even dead. There you go. Alright. Oh, did I get... Oh, no. Okay. I guess doing ley lines doesn't give you encounter stage points. Bored, fragile, like your life depends on it. You mean like this? You mean like what I'm doing? At this point, I'm like, yeah, technically I am hoarding it, but like, well, yeah, I guess that's exactly what hoarding means, is just keeping it and like forever and like not even using it. I mean, like maybe I'll use it if I really need it. But unless if it's to save my life, I probably will never use my fragiles at this point. Another fragile could build my entire account instantly. Wait, how much resin would that have been? 81, 60. Oh my god, that's almost 11,000 resin. Wait, 11,000 resin. How long would it take for that to normally regenerate? Hang on. 60. So exactly 10,860 times 8 minutes is 86,880 minutes. So okay, how many? I don't know how to do math. How many hours would that be? Okay, divided by 60. How many hours? That's 1,448 hours divided by 24. So that is... Did I do that right? 60 days. 60 days and 8 hours. 10,000 resin? Really? $10,000 resin is just 2 months of natural regeneration? Okay, I'm gonna do the math backwards, see if that one's right. So, okay, how many minutes are there in a day? 60 times 24, 1440, times, let's say 30 days a month, times 2. Okay. Divided by... Wait, why am I dividing it? 86,400. Okay, divided by 8. 10,800. Okay, I guess that was right. Huh. I guess 11,000 resin. Okay, well, 2 months is a lot, but also 2 months can be how long somebody can take a break from Genshin. Also, so I guess it's not that much. I'm just waiting for them to have Hydra, and there you go. Oh. You can make Genshin as a subject of your report, and you can discuss it more than your teacher. Oh, you know? Oh, speaking of which, so okay, I don't know what major you would need to take up in college to have to do any sort of research paper, because like the major I took up in college certainly did not require or have any sort of like this need for doing any sort of research paper. But I am actually pretty happy that I went to the school that I went to. Well, I went to the same school from preschool until I graduated high school, and I'm very happy that I went to that school because I get the feeling that if I went to like other schools, not all other schools, but like there's probably some school out there, some high school out there that I probably could have gone to that made it so that I might have not ever experienced doing a research paper. So I'm pretty happy about that. And why am I here? Oh, I guess, sure. And so in high school, in 10th grade, our English teacher asked us to make a research paper. And we were like, and she was a pretty cool English teacher. Like she was pretty cool. She was very smart. Like probably way smarter than she needed to be to teach us. And she was pretty cool. We asked her about any topic, and she was like, yeah, anything. About any topic? Anything? And we were like, yeah. And I asked, even video games? And she was like, well, I said any topic. Or did you just wait for them to have hydro when you're standing on water? Yeah, exactly. Literally what I did. Was that all 3? Yeah, okay. I guess weekly bosses now. So the topic that I picked was that old I've mentioned this game a couple of times before on stream. It was basically Genshin, but not an anime aesthetic. It was more like a Dark Souls. Shoot, what is the name of that game again? Like, what's that game that everyone memes about that is so hard? Right now, Elden Ring, I think. Yeah, Elden Ring. So like it has a very Elden Ring aesthetic to it. Sort of like a yeah, like very Elden Ring aesthetic. Elden Ring, The Witcher aesthetic. Um yeah, like very much so like that. Medieval times kind of aesthetic. Very like yeah, I guess The Witcher. But imagine that but 20 years ago. Of course, not as highly graphically intensive as like the games today, but like yeah, imagine that, but like graphically kind of well, not triple A, but like you can't run it on a potato PC from like 2005. You needed at least like a somewhat better than the worst PC that you could have gotten at in 2004, 2005. So the game was called Rakion, Rakion. But there was some PvE, but PvE was sort of mostly done to level up your characters, and PvP was like the main sort of gameplay. Whether it was PvP trying to kill each other or PvP like sort of kill the golem, like you would have golems that you'd have to defend or like kill their golem, and it was sort of like that. But PvP was like the main thing. Imagine like by like Genshin-ish, I'm talking about like third person, but a very PvP focused sort of game. PvP focused Elden Ring aesthetic. If Elden Ring came out 20 years ago. Oh yikes, I did not swirl. Why are weekly bosses so loud? And I did not swirl again. No, I did swirl hydro. Oh come on! Why does is she getting? Okay, she is getting hit by Zhongli's pillar. And somehow crystallize is enough to take off hydro.
Crucifixion.
That was loud. Very loud. I hate how, like, why are weekly bosses so loud in this game? I love how killing for dopamine has become such a normalized thing in video games. Yep. Well, um, it's funny, but it's also kind of sad that the not that specifically, but like that as a topic. That as a topic has, in my opinion, significantly reduced the quality of uh, content that we have available for entertainment, like in the whole world. Like, okay, for example, all right, I don't know how old you guys are, but like when I was a kid, Tom and Jerry, we had Tom and Jerry, we had Looney Tunes, we had the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, and like we like even Powerpuff Girls, like they were killing each other, right? But like that was fun. That was funny. What cartoons do we have today? Right? Like think. All right. Okay. I can't remember. Oh. Here's an example. I think I gotta check if this is right. All right. So I was in high school and college when this cartoon came out called Upin and Ipin. And it was like a new-ish cartoon at the time. But then other than this cartoon, there were like some really like other than that, like it was either Hanna-Barbera cartoons, Adult Swim. Okay, obviously like Adult Swim's not for everyone. It's a cartoon for like adults mostly, but like well, I mean it was on TV. So I could watch it. Thankfully they didn't show any of the other ones. Dexter's Laboratory, yeah, Dexter's Laboratory, Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, Johnny Bravo, I Am Weasel, Cow and Chicken, Ed, and Eddie. We had all those cartoons from way back then, and that was funny. That was actual entertainment. So certainly we have Tom and Jerry 2024, sure, but look at what it looks like. Look at what they do. It's a far cry from what Tom and Jerry used to be. And I think the topic of like what you just mentioned, sorry, wait, where was it? Yeah, killing for dopamine has become normalized. I think it's funny. I think it's and no, I mean not funny. I think it's interesting like how did this become a thing? Like we went from like the 60s and the 40s where World War 1 and World War 2 happened, so killing should be awful, right? But then like at some point video games came out and like, oh, killing, yeah. RJ brought tears to my eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, man. But like I'm sure those are probably like, talking about like all this nostalgia right now. It's probably those are probably happy tears. I imagine so. Some cartoons are not for children nowadays because it has some aspects not for kids. Yeah, certainly. Like there were some way back then, and what's funny too is like some on YouTube. There's like a lot of channels nowadays that are dedicated to making videos about these little Easter eggs, little adult Easter eggs. That's the animators and the showrunners put in on purpose, but they are so sure that as they're putting it in, that no kids will ever find them. And I think they were right. Like maybe there were probably like 1 or 2 children in the whole world in history that probably saw them, but like and even like let alone understood them. But I think that's fine, right? Like it's a little bit of how would I explain it? Playful banter. Yeah, playful banter. I think is what it was, right? Like it was a little hee hee ha ha between them and their all like their fellow animators. Like, hey dude, look at what I put in. Look at what I put in this scene that I'm working on, right? And then like when they get to see it on TV, they're like, haha, there it is. Family Guy. Okay, no, like obviously, Family Guy is not a cartoon for kids, and I think it's very clearly stated. Maybe not stated, but like, I think it's obvious that it's not for children. Family Guy. The Simpsons, I think, is certainly. Yeah, I think they are a lot more subtle about the darker topics that they touch on. And by subtle, I mean like the adults will understand it, but like children won't, and they'll just be like, haha, Homer's dumb. You know, sort of similar to like some of the more classic cartoons, where like the adult stuff is like children won't understand, but they'll still enjoy the episode regardless, just because of like what they're seeing is funny. But it's certainly not a cartoon made for adults, or not made for children. Like, but some of the adult stuff is like only adults will see it or understand it. Something like Family Guy is a lot less subtle, and more so South Park. I mean, yeah, South Park certainly is not made for children. I think that should be obvious. But yeah, I feel bad that that topic of killing each other for dopamine has been, I'm doing air quotes here, normalized. Sort of severely reduced the quality of entertainment that children nowadays have. There's this cartoon. I don't like if you guys are on PC watching me. Like, go open up like an incognito tab and like I keep coming in with the wrong team. Go open up an incognito tab and look up Upin and Ipin, and that was like the first sign that I noticed that the direction of the types of cartoons that we were gonna get in the future was going to be very different from the types of cartoons that we enjoyed as kids in the 90s and in the 2000s. Oh, okay. I don't know if you guys know this cartoon, but there's this like really old, and I think it was Japanese. I think it was a Japanese cartoon. The art style was very close to Western, but the animation looked very Japanese, and it was called Boo Boo Cha Cha. You guys know that? Like, that was I love that. I guess I'm gonna call it an anime because the animation style was very Japanese, I think. I'm pretty sure it was Japanese. If I look it up right now, it's probably gonna show like some animation studio in the 90s and 2000s from Japan. Doraemon. Yeah, it has like a very similar aesthetic to Doraemon. And Boo Boo Cha Cha certainly wasn't like similar to the more violent like Western cartoons in the 90s, 2000s, and before. But it was more of a very I could put it along the lines of like the more like there's a lot of anime nowadays that is sort of just mostly wholesome, and they're not really like made to trigger you. Like they're basically just made because like they want the type of people to be watching it to feel good. Like sort of like what Genshin is right now. Really, I know Genshin has a lot of like dark underlying lore, but like that I think really only. I mean, even adults won't even find that dark underlying lore unless they dig really deep into the lore, which takes a lot of time and effort to do actually. But yeah, like Genshin on the surface is very much sort of like that. Like it's a very wholesome, like we love each other. I love you, you love me. You're my friend. We're not enemies. We respect each other. That sort of vibe on the surface. And it's fine like for the children, like because there really are very young people that play this game. In fact, like there was like a I think it was 8 or 9 years old, a kid who frequently came to my streams about a year, 2 years ago, and he occasionally asked the question, and okay, certainly we would like me and chat would help him out, and then a couple of minutes later he'd be asking not the same question, but like something very similar, talking about the same exact thing again. So at some point, I started to think, is this a kid? And then at some point, I was able to confirm that I don't remember exactly, but he was like 8 or 9 years old. So there really are very young kids that are playing this game. Teenage Ninja Turtles and Ben 10 still a thing? Not anymore, no. But yeah, I do remember the OG Ben 10 show. That was peak. That was peak. Mutant Ninja Turtles. I remember watching a version or like a version of TMNT, but I don't remember exactly which one I watched. Let me see. Okay, it's a little hard to find the show because if you just look up TMNT on Google, you just see everything but the kitchen sink. Like you see Lego, you see the Megan Fox movie. you, there's just like a ton of toys of it. So I'm not sure exactly how to look it up. Okay, I think I see some pictures of it. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess I did watch this, but like I don't know why it just wasn't shown that much on Cartoon Network. I really only had two cartoon channels to watch when I was a kid. It was either Cartoon Network or Disney. Hey, what's up? Tis is fine. Not this is fine, but Tis is fine. What's up, man? I'm glad to hear that Tis is fine. I've been introduced to mainstream anime by my friend in college. Like watching anime and anime sites, not on local TV. Um, I think I was. I think I first saw anime on TV. I'm not sure at this point. Like if I saw anime on TV first or on the internet, because I remember when I first heard about anime, it was like I was in 7th grade. And it was my friends, it was my classmates talking about Naruto this, Bleach that, One Piece this. It was just the holy trinity of anime in the 2000s. Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece. Um, and I had no idea what they were talking about. And they were it's so funny. They were actually like they were serious. Like they were actually putting in effort to remembering like the different hand signs for different jutsu and stuff. And I was like, what are these guys on about? And I was just hanging out and like, yeah, okay, sure. And then at some point, I looked up Naruto, and at this point, I already had internet at home, so I could easily look it up on Google. And it's a weird thing, by the way. Like, you guys probably don't remember this, but there was such a time when you opened up your internet browser, you had to you needed to type the website you wanted to go to. So if you wanted to do research, if you wanted to search something on a search engine, you had to go to the search engine's website first. You had to go to the search engine's website first. Like you had to go to Yahoo search, like yahoosearch.com, google.com, whatever other search engine what there was at the time. It was like most people were using Yahoo search back then. Yeah, and like okay, I go to at the time Google was already the dominant search engine, so I go to google.com. It's funny, right? Like nowadays you'd never type in your google.com. You just type what it is you search on the address bar, and that's it. Just searches on whatever default search engine you set on your browser. Man, I guess we're talking about dad lore. Too bad. Like oh man, what was his name on YouTube? I forgot his name on YouTube. I guess Mr. J is what I called him. Too bad Mr. J isn't here. He coined that term, dad lore. We're talking about dad lore here again. I hadn't watched a single anime except for Doctor Stone. Oh man, Doctor Stone is awesome. Yeah, Doctor Stone is awesome. First time I watched it, I was like, wow, this can be a thing. It's just kind of sad that anime today cannot be what anime used to be. You remember anime back then, like Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece? Like you would get one episode every week, forever, or at least until the anime was like, ended, right? Like every week, you get one episode. You don't have to. You don't watch. You don't watch 12 to 24 episodes and then wait next year, and then next year you hear, oh, anime like really season 2 has been delayed. Like the anime did not used to be like that. Anime used to be one episode every single week until the anime ended. And I don't know, like I've never really spent any time looking this up, like why is the case, but I imagine it's probably because there are just so many anime nowadays, and animation studios nowadays just like they have, like I guess they probably don't have enough people to work on all these anime forever every single week, or they just don't want to animate all of them all the time, like to generate hype, I guess. Like to give time, like to give the anime time to breathe, to give fans time to breathe, and like to slowly build up hype for the next season. Like for example, Bleach, right? Like Bleach stopped for like what, 11 years? I don't know how long did Bleach take a break, and when it finally continued, I was like, okay, how is this gonna work? Because Bleach back then, you used to get one episode every single week. So is it gonna work like that today? And apparently not. Like even though Thousand Year Blood War, the Thousand Year Blood War arc is one entire arc, so that should have been one season. But because it's such a long arc, that's like I don't know how many episodes that's gonna be. So I imagine they probably couldn't put it all out in 1 year. That's a lot of 5 stars. I have 4. That's all right. This is fine. I'm assuming you're a new player. How long you been playing Genshin, man? Shoot. Okay. You guys are probably tired of watching me play the same teams over and over again. I play the same exact teams every time I come into Abyss. I don't know. I like it. It's a fun team to play. Hey, good to see you again, Loyal. How was it, man? Isekai everywhere, and mostly are lame, and it's rare to find a good isekai anime nowadays. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like ever since the genre picked up, there's just been a flood of isekai anime, and like the thing is too is I think animation studios are approving them because it's a popular genre, and like it's like oh, the imagine Imagine that, like, I don't remember exactly what years the .com bubble thing happened, but like around the 2000s, I think. Yeah, around the 2000s, it was like tech company after tech company being built, and it was like just founders coming up with like anything that had a .com at the end of it. Investors would just jump on it, like, right? And I think that's what's going on with these isekai anime. Is like animation studios hear that, oh, you plan on making an isekai anime? Okay, all right. Well, I'm listening. You like anime? Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, like, dude, Genshin is very anime, right? Like, yes, I don't know. Like, I would wager like 99% of Genshin players like anime. Who plays Genshin that doesn't like anime? I know, right? Favorite is Code Geass. You know, I remember a time when I kept seeing Code Geass as an advertisement on shoot, what was that anime channel? That there used to be like this local anime channel here in the Philippines. I didn't always watch anime there because, like, I don't know why. Like, they just couldn't keep going with an anime until it finished. Like, they would only deliver it in arcs, and they wouldn't even finish an entire arc, and then like they would go back to a certain episode of it. But that's why I never really liked watching anime on that channel. But like I kept seeing every now and then, like, if there was nothing good on Disney or Cartoon Network. Oh yikes, that was a mistake. Oh, I don't have Loki's Infusion anymore. I don't even have Yelan's Burst. That was pathetic. Couldn't iframe that. And like I don't know why, for some reason I never really got into it. I never really got into Code Geass. I'd never seen a single episode of it. I think I might have like tried looking it up on. Yeah, I watched it on the internet. Like I watched one episode and I just, like, I don't know why, for some I just didn't. Maybe it's because the art style just wasn't my type. I'm quite particular when it comes to art style anime. The rotation is like all over the place. I have no proper rotation going on right now. Like, I'm just spamming skills. Just saying, art is everything. I mean, I've watched some terrible anime, like terrible writing, terrible animation, terrible characterization, and actually like you know, finished it. Like, granted, they weren't very long, but I actually finished them just because I liked the art style. Mega kill? Oh yeah, of course, of course. That was kind of a depressing anime. If I think about it, yeah, it's a little depressing. It's cool, but it's depressing. You know, it's also got a little something. Like, you know, it's certainly got some fan service to it, and I appreciate it. But I also really like that it was fan service and like just fan service, like not too much. It was tasteful fan service, as I would put it. Like, and I think the fact that Akame's character design was like that of a schoolgirl, like I think that in and of itself was fan service, right? Like, isn't that weird for that type of universe? Like, with those types of people in, like, right? It seemed like a very fantasy-oriented kind of universe, where you'd think that most people would wear like proper adventuring gear, but then like everyone sort of just had their own character design. But yeah, I think it was a very depressing kind of anime. It was the tone was very dark, the main thing was very dark, but I like young me probably could not appreciate it, but old me really liked it. Togoshi, what are you teaching me now? Are you teaching me something that I am going to regret finding out about? Oh no, oh, okay, no, alright, that's I just looked it up. I mean, I'm not gonna regret saying it, but I'm also not happy. I'm not happy to see it, but I get it. My assignment count shot from 9 to 22 in 2 days. Jeez. Well, I don't know if we can offer you anything, wrong person. I think all we can offer you is our best wishes. I'm sorry, man. Chelsea. Chelsea pop. My heart dropped when I saw that. Yeah, me too. Me too. My heart really sank. You know, I don't remember the series of events anymore, but I think she was the first one, right? Like I think she was the. I'm not gonna say names, you know, because like Loyal Hater just said it is on his watch list, so I'm not gonna talk too much about it. But at first, I sort of thought that it was like a fantasy anime, and it was gonna be like a happily ever after type of anime. But when I saw that for the first time, I was like, wait, what? I was really confused. I was really confused. I was like, okay, well, this is a one-time thing, right? This is gonna be like why the MC becomes overpowered, because he's gonna realize, like, he's gonna accept reality and this and that, etc. But like, no, it wasn't the first time. It wasn't the only time. And I got really confused because like I had a very different idea of what that anime was gonna be like. Anyway, sorry, to answer your question, Loyal Hater, at your stage of the game right now. Okay, no, never mind. No, I'm so sorry, Loyal Hater. No, Geo MC is not a very good character. In very late endgame, you can make him usable. And by very late endgame, I mean by late endgame when you have so many artifacts, so many really strong weapons, you can make him usable. He's not terrible. There are worse characters, but he's I would not recommend investing into him. I would still recommend the freeze team that we all talked about earlier. The revenge fight is the best against the twist justice of yeah. You know, in the end, I think they did a pretty decent job of making, of humanizing like the strongest antagonist, right? I think they did a good job, but not humanizing, but like giving her something for audiences to feel attached to, because that is a very good way of, I guess, taking your audience, taking your viewers, taking your audience on an emotional joyride. And whether it's a bad feeling or good feeling, as long as there's a good feeling some mixed in there, your audiences will remember it. Your audiences will certainly very much remember the show, as long as there's nothing so bad about your show, like bad writing, really bad pacing, really bad animation, etc. As long as there's nothing that's so bad about your show that will overshadow all the good stuff about it, like taking your audience for an emotional joyride like that, like giving your audience some, like, obviously your main characters, right, your protagonists, they have to have something for your audiences to feel emotionally attached to, like good moral standing, or like good I don't know, like good intentions, etc. But as well as like a backstory that they could feel attached to. But if you do something similar to the antagonists, now you gotta show. Now you gotta show that people are gonna remember. Main character is a 5-star character, right? Sorry, I'm sorry, loyal character. I have to mention this. All right, I'm gonna show you something, just for a bit, like very quick. Where is he? Okay. Yikes. I know I leveled him, so it should be somewhere around here. Okay, there. All right, you and you. Okay. You and you. Okay. Yeah, sure. All right. Here we go. Yikes. All right, forgot. Come on. There. Right, so I wanted to show you a little something, loyal hitter. So this is sort of a thing that it's not exactly a meme, but it's something. It's a fact that people have sort of found out, because we mentioned earlier that Genshin is just a continually updated game, right? Like it's a game as a service. It's a never-endingly updated game. And okay, all right. So I have here MC. I have here 2 4-star characters and a 5-star character. So technically, MC is a 5-star character. Alright, so I'm gonna start out with the 5-star character. Right? If I use his burst, that's this ability right here, that's called burst, I get a really cool animation. Right? If I use a 4-star's burst, there's no special animation. It just happens. Right? Alright, Barbara here is a 4-star. But watch as I use her burst. She has an animation. So, okay, look, isn't that weird? Right? Alright, here's another weird thing. 5-star character, right? Main character. I'm gonna use his burst. No animation. Conclusion, Barbara's a 5-star. Alright, so... Okay, why I mentioned development, like, okay, why did I go all the way there? Right? So, Furina has an animation. Yes, because she is a 5-star. Right? So, anyway, the idea is in Genshin, 4-star characters like Xingqiu, like most, 4-star characters are not supposed to have a burst animation, and 5-star characters are supposed to have a 5-star a burst animation. Now, there are some exceptions to this, and that's why I brought along Barbara and the Traveler. Because Barbara is a 4-star, but she has a burst animation. And Traveler, the main character, is a 5-star, but he doesn't have a burst animation. And yeah, so Shinrin, I think it was Shinrin earlier. Hang on, someone said they have 4-star stats. Wrong person. Yeah, it was wrong person. So wrong person said, okay, 5-star, but has 4-star stats. And that's true. That is true. And now, obviously, these are just rumors. Nobody can confirm this unless if, like somebody on the Hoyo dev team actually leaked this out. But so, rumor is that Barbara was supposed to be a 5-star, but they ultimately decided to make her a 4-star, and that's why they actually put in the effort to give her a burst animation. And the Traveler, the main character here, was supposed to be a 4-star, but they decided against that. They decided to make him into a 5-star, for marketing reasons. And somebody said, oh, Chokoshu. Yeah, Chokoshu said, wow, free 5-star. Wow, free 5-star. And yes, the marketing department said, hey, can we give out a free 5-star? And they were like, okay, well, if we do this, and then marketing, if we have this, I guess if we do this, technically he's a 5-star, and marketing department is like, okay, great, yeah, thanks, all right, bye. I think that's what happened. TLDR, I think that's basically what happened. Genshin, the best free 5-star. We have 2 free 5-stars. Barbara and Aizen. Sorry, Aizen's like my main character name, but like the Barbara and the main character, yeah. Barbara's so powerful, she can perma-freeze you. That's funny. Is a healer good? I guess in the early game, healers are good, Loyal Hater, but that's really only like in the early game when you're not very familiar with all the enemy attack patterns yet. Um, Now, okay, that sounds overwhelming. I guess I understand that, but Genshin's combat system is really not hard. And I'm not saying that because I've played this game for 3 years now. No, like even like I'm an idiot. I'm not very good at video games. Period. Not just this game, but like any games really. I forgot Aloy. Oh yeah, that's right, Aloy. Oh man, that's funny. So yeah, Loyal Hater, the way you give a character more HP is either by, well, like, okay, I can't level these are maxed. Okay, by leveling them, you get more stats. See? You get more stats by leveling them. More base HP, more base attack, more base defense. Giving them a weapon that gives HP. Giving them so these are called sands. This specific artifact, sands. This one's called the goblet or a circlet that has HP, like either the main stat or the substat, or a flower, because the flower over here always gives flat HP as a main stat. Aloy, the forgotten one. Free 2-star character, Aloy. Now, I will say this though, Loyal Hater, it is so. Remember, so earlier I mentioned like hoard your resources right now, but Furina is a character that you will that is basically guaranteed that you are going to be using until end game, until forever, until the game is finished. Yeah, so it is certainly very much okay to dump many, not all, don't use up all your resources, but like many of your resources into just leveling her up, building her out, etc. So yeah, like I said, easiest way to get HP in super early game, put a flower on her. Go into your characters, go into artifacts, and like click this. This is called the flower. Flower of life. That always gives flat HP, and of course, yours is going to be likely level 1, or sorry, plus 0, right? And of course, as you level that up, right, you're gonna get more HP from that. Oh, okay, all right. So, okay, literally right now we are giving you fish. Now, Loyal Hater, here's something to take into account. All right, I want to try to teach you how to fish. Okay, not literally, figuratively, right? Give a man a fish, you'll feed him a day. You'll feed him for 1 day. You teach a man a fish, you'll feed him for the rest of his life. So, if you go in here, okay, granted, Furina's kit is a little complicated because there's it's a paragraph, it's an essay, literally. But if you go into your talents, these are your abilities. If you go into your skill, obviously you used her, you know that her skill is what is giving you healing. If you click on it and you go into skill attributes, you will know what her healing is, scales off of. And it says right here, singer. Okay, all right. Even if you don't read through all of this, you could just go through this and see. There's literally only one thing in here that says healing, and that's the only healing she has. So it says 8.16% max HP, plus 940. So basically, your guaranteed healing is, okay. My talent, I'm at talent level 9. So you have a guaranteed healing of 940. And on top of that, you get However, like 8.16% of your max HP at talent level 9. So that's how you know how to increase someone's healing, how to increase someone's damage. Is you look at skill attributes. You look at skill attributes, and okay. So granted, it's a little complicated with Genshin because like their attacks they have names. So you don't just see like, oh, this attack, skill damage, um, like X%. Like a lot of attacks in Genshin, even the healing has names, and it's a little complicated. Like a little, it's not black. You don't immediately see like, oh, that's the damage, because of the names. But as soon as you figure out which one is for healing, for attack, for the burst, etc., then you will know exactly how to build them. Now, in Furina's case, like you said, how do you increase her healing? As like again, you go into talent, you look at this. Okay, oh, what does her healing scale off of? HP, right? 940 guaranteed plus 8.16% of her max HP. It means if you increase her max HP, your healing will also go up. Talent sounds like a problem. I'm too dumb to understand. Yeah, I know. we all of us here have gone through the same thing, man. Like Genshin's the way that they have decided to like explain talents and like dude, it's not even just talents. It's weapon. Okay, so this is fine. It just straight up does that. But like what's a good example of this? Oh no, I don't have the thing. Okay. Right. No, Elegy. Elegy would have been a good example of this. But like there is this weapon that basically tells you like, oh, if you have this, like when you do this, it gives you this magic. And when you have 2 of this magic, you get this other magic. And when you have this magic, this happens. And like it's so like, ugh. It's so complicated how they decided to word descriptions. It just I get that they wanna, what's the word? They wanna keep you in like this fantasy in this fantasy world sort of mindset that like, oh, this is a fantasy world. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. But it makes understanding character gets really hard if you don't have any experience, or like if you haven't been playing this game for a long time and like reading the descriptions. Like it takes a while to get used to it. Yeah, I totally understand that. We all went through that, man. I learned how to play Genshin through observation rather than reading. I don't even know how I learned to play Genshin really. I spent like 2 years doing what I thought was like, I don't know, was the right thing. And then like finally I don't know, it just clicked, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, it's sort of what happened with me. My talents are level 1. Yeah, yeah. Because like you have to level them up. I don't think you can level them up just yet right now. But yeah, leveling them up is leveling up talents is one of the biggest ways to increase character damage. Of course, all your other stats are also important. But that really depends on the character. Who reads that passive? I just search people on YouTube and explain it to me in short explanation. that's actually like how I learned. Well, I guess yeah, that's sort of how I learned. But it wasn't just like I listened to one guy and I'm like, okay, I understand this now. I'm like, no, I listened to one guy and I'm like, well, I sort of get it now. But then like I go into the game and I'm like, I just need this, I just need that. Okay. But like, wait, I don't understand. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I'll just do exactly what he did. And I'm like, okay, I guess this kind of works. All right, this is working kind of okay. So, and then a little bit later, I watch another dude explain the same thing to me again. And I'm like, okay, well, this seems to be the same thing from what the other guy did, and I seem to be doing this right. Like it's like I'm stupid. I've said this many times before. I'm not very smart. So it took me a very long time to really like learn Genshin's like how to build a character, how to build teams, how to understand what a character kit does, etc. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Don't level up Furina's normal attack talents. That's this. Do not level this talent up. Only level this and this. Hey, what's up, Aaliyah? Good to see you again, man. Because Furina normal attacks doesn't do anything. Yeah. Oh man, I'm like, there's so many things that I wanna. Oh, dude, like for the last maybe 2 or 3 months now, I've been really itching to make a video of basically what is sort of like a Genshin, like what's that series of books that are like something for dummies? Oh, apparently it's a thing. It's wait, that's a company? Dummies.com? That's wow. Okay. I've always known about their books, but like that's actually funny. Dummies.com. That's a thing. I've never actually looked this up. That's funny. It's annoying when it takes my character's HP. Yeah. That's Furina. I'm so sorry, Loyal. We forgot to mention that, yeah. That is something that is unique to Furina. Yeah. That is something that is unique to Furina. Only Furina does that. No, Furina the suicidal, she doesn't kill herself. No, she kills everyone. She kills the enemies and your team. Suicidal is just like yourself. uh but yeah, like for the last few months, I've been really itching to make like basically like a Genshin for dummies kind of video. But I just like there are so many parts of it that like no matter how many like I've spent maybe not so much time, but I've spent like every now and then I will like give like a couple of minutes trying to think of like an idea of like, okay, where do I start? How do I categorize these things, etc. And then I start to RJ's Guide to Genshin Razor language. And man, if only. I think that is something that most people do not think about when it comes to being a voice actor, because most of the time your client, like who owns like a character that needs a voice, most of the time they don't know what voice they're looking for. They don't know, like they have a vision of what, like how this character is going to treat other people and going to be treated by other people in their show, but like it's you the voice actor that has to come up with not just the voice but also how they are supposed to speak. You the voice actor is actually are actually supposed to be like where the final lines come from. They have a script, but you are supposed to take that script and then like mold that into the character, into your character. So that's actually something that while I can do Razor's voice, like Razor's voice is not hard to do. Like right, it's not, I could do his voice, but like as for making words and sentences and dialogue that would come out of Razor, the character, it's a lot harder. It's something that you gain from experience or you just have naturally. I guess we should. Okay, so since Furina is gonna be a pretty big part of Loyal's account, literally, okay, one of the best, like one of the most useful characters in the game. But so yeah, you're certainly gonna be using Furina for a very long time from now, Loyal. I guess let's give Loyal a rundown of what Furina does. So okay, basically, Loyal, what Furina is what she is, what we refer to as a support. And Furina doesn't, like, she does damage, but she is not a character like Neuvillette who stays on the field and does damage. Furina's main job is to support. And what kind of support does she do? And okay, you, like earlier you just mentioned, okay, how do I increase her healing? Sure, you can use her as a healer, as a support, but you can also use her as a damage buffer. And those are the two ways that Furina can be a support. So if you are going to use her as a healer, that's it. Like, you don't get the damage buff. Well, kinda, I guess, but not really. But so let's not focus on that, right? Like, if you want to use her as a healer, then you'll mainly just get her healing as a form of support. And I guess I could, yeah. Here we go. Right? So when you summon her things, okay, so here's a clue, right? Like, there are actually visual clues. You are in your, basically, what's like your attack mode if Furina's hair is short. But if Furina's hair is long, you do a charged attack. See? And her, like, dress color over here is also different now. Then you are in her, I guess, you're in her healing mode. And obviously, like, a clear indication of which mode you're in is, like, what you summon. Obviously, like, when you're in your healer mode, you summon this thing, and obviously you heal. But when you're in your attack mode, again, she has short hair. Her, like, the end of her dress is blue. Yeah, right. Obviously, and the summons are different. You have 3 summons, and they attack you. Now, okay, you also mentioned that she, like, everyone's HP, like, everyone's dying is what you mentioned. So, and I also mentioned that is something that is unique to Furina. And yes, I like, that is true. There are some characters who do the same thing, but only to themselves. But only Furina does it to the whole team. And so when you're in your attack mode, every time one of these dudes attack, you lose. Oh no, your entire team loses. Let's see. Where was it again? Shoot, I forgot where to. I think this is it. No, that's their damage. Consumption. Oh wait, no, this is it. Yeah, consumption. Yeah. So every time, like, they attack, so, like, there's 3 different kinds of them, right? Like, whatever, like, whoever, like, who cares who is who. So one of them drains the whole team's max HP by 2.4%. The other one 1.6%. The other one 3.6%. So that is why your team is, like, constantly dying. But there is a limit to that. Furina's summons can only drain your team's HP down to 50% of their HP. And if you see, like, oh, one of my characters is less than 50% HP. Furina did not drain their HP. You probably just got hit somehow. Or maybe they have some other ability that takes away their own HP. So something like Kuki, for example, when you use her skill, she takes away a chunk of her HP, like 30% of her own HP. Same with Hu Tao. She takes away 30%. 30%? Yeah, 30% of her HP. Right. So, but yeah. Furina, you're in your attack mode, and every time one of these dudes attacks, it drains a portion of everyone's HP. So yeah, that is what Furina is like. But, like, okay, so what did I mention? We mentioned buffer, right? So if we go into her talents, when you use her burst, you can get a damage buff from this. So I'm not gonna go into the details, but like it is a buff similar to this stat, the way it is calculated. But like don't think too much into that. Don't think too much into that. Basically, when you use her burst, you can get a damage buff, a certain amount of a damage buff, but that damage buff will keep going up every time anyone in your team's like their HP goes up or down. And that's why Furina's attack mode drains everyone's HP. So that like everyone's HP goes down, and your healer, like if you have another healer, your healer can make everyone's HP go up. You will get more of that damage buff. So that's basically what Furina is. Again, if you want to use her just for healing, that's sort of all you're gonna get. But if you like, I mean, kinda sure you'll get some buff, but it's like gonna be very little. But if you stay on her attack mode, then of course you're draining HP, and of course if you have a healer, you're also increasing HP. You will get a bigger buff. That's what Furina does. Other than that, her other more important jobs as well, of course, is okay. This is gonna be going into elemental reaction territory. If you want, we could discuss that, but for now, I'll just mention that Furina also applies Hydro to enemies. Now, why that's important? That's again going into elemental reaction territory, but in this game, Hydro characters. I cannot filter Hydro characters. There. Hydro characters are some of the most valuable characters in the game. Furina, Neuvillette, Yelan, Xingqiu, even Mona, even Tartaglia, like even this character. Like this character, like everyone memes on this character. Like not so hard, but everyone memes on this character for just not being very good. But they can't meme on her so hard because she's Hydro. And like because she's Hydro, she actually has some teams that are actually pretty good because of her. Candace has become good now. Yeah, exactly. Like people have found like okay, like it's just been a long enough amount of time that people have come up with teams that are actually good. Like, and it's thanks to Candace. I guess it was a very good choice to pull for Furina. Oh, another thing too is okay, a little bit of a spoiler, loyal, about like the main story. Well, okay, so not really the story, like what happens in the story, but like a bit of a spoiler with like the overall like lore of Genshin. So there are 7 regions, right? There's the Animo region, right? The Animo region, the Geo region. The Electro region, the Dendro region, Hydro region, and the Pyro region is gonna be somewhere here when it gets released, as well as the Cryo region, which I have no idea where it's gonna be, but you know, like when it gets released, right? So there are 7 regions. There are 7 elements as well. We go in here. There are 7 elements. There are also 7 sort of like gods in this game. And they're referred to as Archons, and that's why you heard me mention earlier Archon Quest. And Furina is one of them. And like the thing with Genshin is Hoyo sort of has made this into a thing where even though like they're all the same, they're all 5 stars. All like the Archons are sort of like in a league of their own. They're all like a lot better than most of the other 5 stars. And not in every way, but in a very specific in a very specific way. Like for example, Zhongli is one of them. Furina is one of them. Venti, Nahida. Do I have anybody else? Oh, of course, Raiden Shogun. Right, so the current ones that we have right now are, Venti, Zhongli, Raiden Shogun, Nahida, and Furina. And they are like very good at at least one thing, but some of them are really good at like quite a lot of things. And they are like much better at most of the other characters. Now, except for this guy. This guy is like a very new category of characters in the game. He's the first one that we've gotten so far of this category of characters. So Nivelette is like, he's not a god, but he's sort of like a dragon. Like he's like in the lore of the game. He's like a primordial elemental being, sort of like that. Now, granted, he's not like the original one, but he is one of the 7. Like he's just as, you know, like in the game, he's just as strong as like any of these like gods. Yeah, like if you dig deep into the lore, technically, yeah, the dragons are sort of above the gods. They're sort of like I guess you would. They're like base elements. Yeah, they're like basically like pure elements. Yeah, so I guess that's something that you should take into account, Loyal, is these 5 stars, this one, Venti, Raiden Shogun, and Nahida, they are quite special. Now Venti, not very much nowadays, but that's like not because he's bad. It's just that he's very good in one thing, but that one thing has been slowly getting indirectly nerfed because of the way, because of the types of enemies that have been getting released, and because of, yeah, like mostly because of that. And mainly because many of the newer characters' kits just don't match up very well with his. But he is like, you know, like in the one thing that he is very good at. There isn't really anybody who's better than him at it. But sometimes it's not always a good thing, like because of exactly how he does it. Sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's better, but he is the best at that one very exact thing. My first character is one of the best characters in my timing, man. Yeah, no, I said that like a couple of times already, man. Like she is a very good character. Furina, like I even mentioned it earlier. You came on to Genshin at a very good time when Furina's banner just so happened to be up. Yeah, like a few other characters, I guess, to look out for. I guess Kazuha is one of them. Zhongli, Nivelette. Let's see. Raiden Shogun, Alhaitham, Nahida, Yelan. Okay, I'm gonna go into character archive because I don't have many of them. Okay, oh, Arlecchino. That is certainly a character to watch out for. Arlecchino. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's about it. Some of them are a bit more preferential. Like if you like, depending on like if you like their playstyle, if you like their character design, if you like their character kit, sure, they can be good. They're not like really like, oh, you should go after them kind of character. One of them is Nilou. Yeah, Nilou's pretty good. Let's see, who else? Baiju? I mean, like, I guess so. Yeah, like, I guess so, yeah. I guess I'll say Baiju is also okay, but, like, he's a healer mainly. Doesn't really do any damage, but, there are teams that can benefit greatly from having him, especially because Baiju is sort of the only. He's like the only like decent alternative that we have to Nahida, but not as good as Nahida. I mean, I guess we have a few 4 stars. You have Yao Yao, we have Kali, we have Dendro, MC. Where is he? If like I'm sure he's here somewhere. I don't know. Naida, no, yeah, like, yes, is Naida that good? Yeah, she is okay. All right, let me show you what she does. All right. So Naida is another one of these supports that I mentioned. So because in Genshin, okay, well, like in video games in general, right? Like people typically use the terms DPS and support to refer to different types of characters. And typically when you hear the term DPS, like in most video games, you understand that as like, oh, this character does their job is to do damage. And typically when you hear the word support in the context of video games, you think, oh, this character buffs or heals or shields, etc., right? In Genshin, that is the case, yes, but some supports also do a lot of damage. And okay, in Nahida's case, okay, all right. I think okay. I'll use Zhongli just so it won't be cringe. Nahida supports your team by exploding the enemy team. That's yeah. That TLDR. Yes, that's true. All right. So okay, as we can see, Nahida is a she's a Dendro character, right? She is the sort of Dendro Archon. Again, the term Archon in Genshin is sort of like it refers to like their gods. She is the Dendro Archon. She is the Dendro god. And okay, I guess we're gonna be heading into. I guess we're gonna have to talk about elemental reactions. So, elemental reactions are the way that you do a lot of damage in this game. Some elemental reactions will directly do damage, and some will just allow you to do a lot of damage. Like for example, freeze does not do damage, but because enemies are frozen and because of some artifact sets, you know, like something like for Blizzard, like Blizzard Strayer 4-piece gives you a lot of crit rate, which means you can build a lot of crit damage, so it allows you to do a lot of damage. But when it comes to Dendro, it's a little more complicated. Looks like a child. Well, she's 500 years old. Well, lore-wise, she's 500 years old. But then, like, in Genshin, age kind of like is a stupid number. Age kind of goes out the window in Genshin. So Naida's 500 years old. Zhongli over here is 6,000 years old. Now, granted, he looks like an adult, but he's 6,000 years old. Is it just a number? Yeah. So, also, Nahida's an elf. Like, you know, I'm sure you can see her long ears. Well, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, lore-wise, kind of weird what Nahida is. Because, like, from lore... Okay, I'm sorry, spoilers, but... Nahida was made from a branch of what is... Okay, I'm not gonna say its actual name in the game, but in, like... Because Genshin's lore is very, very based off of real mythologies. So, basically, Nahida is made from, like, a branch of what is in, like, real-world mythology. Essentially, Yggdrasil. You know, like the tree, the world tree, or like the tree. Like, I don't know what Yggdrasil exactly is. I'm not a lore guy. But like, I don't know. Like, she's an elf somehow, even though she's from a tree. Well, technically, elves live in trees, so it's like, is that why? Because like if you think about it, elves live in forests, right? And they're very like nature-y. So I don't know, like maybe that's why Ruka Devada it like takes the form of an elf. I know she doesn't live in Irminsul, but like I don't know, I just like to. She is Irminsul herself. I know, but I just like to make the comparisons. But yeah, essentially, okay. So, I guess we'll talk about elemental reactions. So with Dendro, here's an example of Dendro. So okay, let's attack an enemy first. So I'll attack an enemy, and as you can see, they have this little symbol above them. That means they are affected by Dendro. Right? Okay. And you can see it's blinking. That effect, that status effect on them, it goes away after some time. Either after some time or if you use that element to react with a different element. Like, oh my god. I don't think this is the best place to try it out. Okay, you know what? Alright, I'm gonna kill those guys first, and then I'm gonna use the ruin enemies. Okay, hang on. Like, okay, these are not the best enemies to showcase this on. These enemies are awful. They hide. Sorry. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna need to get to that next wave of enemies, because these guys are cringe. Okay. There. Alright, so this is actually a very good test subject, because it's a tanky enemy. Alright, right, so I attack it, he has Dendro on him. If I don't do anything, after some time, that Dendro goes away. Right, it starts blinking, that means it's about to go away, and it's gone. Right, okay, so Dendro can react with other elements. Now granted, not all elements can react with each other. Like for example, I put Dendro on him, I attack him with a Geo attack, nothing happens. Because Geo and Dendro have no elemental reaction with each other in this game. So, okay, but if I put Dendro on him and I put another element on him that does react with Dendro, which is Hydro, you saw that the word, right? It said bloom. Right, okay, let's show that again. And then we got a bloom. And then what happens with Dendro is, oh, excuse me. With bloom is we get something called this. Like you saw that green thing on the ground. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't want to kill that thing. Alright. I'm sorry. I have to wait for that mark to go away because that mark is gonna kill it very quickly. And I'd rather not have to kill it. Ow. Okay, it's gone. Alright. So, let's try that again. Put Dendro. Put Hydro. Oh. Put Hydro. I get a bloom. I get this seed. Now, this seed is called a bloom seed. And that bloom seed, okay, as you saw, it explodes after some time. I think it's about 5 seconds. I think it's exactly 5 seconds. I don't remember exactly. But after some time, it explodes and it deals AoE, like damage in a small AoE around the seed. But Dendro is a bit more complicated than that. So let's try that again. But this time, we're gonna do something else. All right, we're gonna make a bloom seed. Okay, put Dendro on him. Put Hydro on him, we get bloom, we get a bloom seed, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit this seed with electro, and then you saw that word hyper bloom came out, and that hyper bloom is okay. I did show the damage, but like look at his HP now. His HP is like we did a huge chunk of damage just from that hyper bloom. So basically, make a bloom seed, put Dendro, put Hydro together, you get a bloom seed. You hit that bloom seed with electro, it flies towards the enemy, and we did damage. So it essentially becomes like a heat-seeking missile, is what a hyper bloom is, and that is basically a combination of uh, dendro. You put dendro and hydro on an enemy to make a seed, and then you hit the seed with electro.
Yes.
And then that's called hyper bloom. So now, granted, okay, so earlier we were talking about why Nahida is so good. You said, is Nahida that good? Yes, she is. She is like one of, arguably the best character of the game, really. Alright, so earlier you saw me accidentally use my skill on Nahida, and I said I didn't want to kill this thing too quickly. So she has two modes of her skill. You can press for a shorter cooldown, which is, you know, as you saw, it was about a 5-second cooldown, or you can hold for a longer cooldown. And see, it was this time a 6-second cooldown. And holding it, you can basically mark, I think, up to 25 enemies with it. It does a small amount of damage when you let go. But basically, they have that mark on them. And what that mark does is, as long as they have that mark on them, it stays on them for about 25 seconds, I think. 30 seconds, I don't remember exactly. But it's a pretty long time. As long as they have that mark on them. Every time you do an elemental reaction on them, they will take more damage from Nahida. That mark does damage to them, and that is like, and it's not a little damage. Like, okay, if you'll see here, all right, I'll put a mark on them. Okay, so Nahida's not doing damage right now, right? I'm just gonna put, okay, hang on. I'm just gonna put, all right, and remember, hydro damage is blue, dendro damage is green. Oh, I didn't have dendro on them anymore. Okay, all right. I need to wait for that hydro to go away. Okay. Put a mark on you. Okay, so I have dendro on it. This is an elemental reaction. Oh, I didn't crit. No, I didn't crit. Alright. I did 65. You saw that it did 6,500 damage, right? The 6,500 number, green number. I'll try it again. Okay, 5,900. 16k. That one was a crit. 16k. 16k. Right, so that is Nahida. That is just one thing that Nahida does. So obviously, you saw me do Hyper Bloom earlier already, and you saw, like, I don't know if you remember the damage that it did. It did 32k, right? Dendro, Hydro, hit the seed with Electro, 31k. Alright, so that, imagine that. Okay, let's put all of them together. And put a mark on it. Okay, let's turn on our Hydro thing, turn on our Electro thing. Okay, that enemy just vaporized. And these two are also gonna disappear very quickly. You see a lot of 32Ks, a lot of, and alright, let's refresh our skills. Go. You are just seeing like a like a dozen numbers happening every single time. Right, so that is, yeah, that's basically like one of the biggest things that makes Nahida so good. Is not only does she support by applying Dendro to the enemies, because, okay, and why do you want Dendro? You want to apply Dendro to enemies so that when you put Hydro on them, you make seeds, and if you have a character, and earlier I asked you, do you have Kuki Shinobu? It was for that specific reason, for Hyper Bloom. And if you have a character like Kukishinobu or Raiden Shogun, then you can essentially do Hyper Bloom all the time. But that also is if you have a character like Furina and Xingqiu, um, let's see, or Yelan, many other characters really, but mostly those characters that can apply Hydro all the time. Because you want a steady supply of Dendro, Dendro and Hydro on the enemies to keep making seeds, so that you have seeds to hit with Electro and make into Hyper Bloom. So that, like the fact that she applies Dendro. Oh, also by the way, another thing I forgot to mention is like, there's a cooldown of 2.5 seconds, but essentially, that damage thing, the 16k damage thing that I brought up earlier. How much should I bet the loyal is gone? I don't know. I'm not gonna bet against it. So like you can bet however much you want, man. But I'm not betting against it. Yeah, like the fact that there's literally at some point like a few minutes ago I saw that there were 3 concurrent viewers. I was like, okay, he's gone. Yeah, but and that was like 10 minutes ago too. Like really, that was like I noticed it like 10 minutes ago. I was like, well, I mean, like just in the off chance that he's still here, might as well. Yeah, like I said earlier, I've been just itching to put out basically Genshin for Dummies like videos, and I for a very long time I wanted to make it all into one video, like a very like TLDR form of video, and I've had like several video ideas really. Like one was so one is basically like just like not explaining in detail, but like going through like a rough TLDR of what each character does, right? Like, are they a support? Are they an on-field damage dealer? If they're a support, what do they do? What do they add to the team? What do you need to do? Right? Like, but then like every time I start thinking of like, okay, how do I explain this character? I start getting into the details, and I'm like, no, okay, wait, no, like this is going too deep. And then I start thinking, okay, but if I don't go too deep, then I won't fully explain the character. And then like I just get so confused, like by where is the line that I should draw between like going deep and staying here on the surface. Because sometimes staying on the surface, like explaining all the character's kit, the surface level kit of it, like people won't fully understand what like how to use the character. And then I have so many different ideas. Like I even thought about making one long video and basically go through every single character and just like do the basics, right? Like what do they do? On-field damage dealer. On-field damage dealer, like okay, I have no idea what Sethos does, to be honest. From what I understand, he's an on-field damage dealer, but like he has multiple playstyles, and that to me is confusing. Okay, on-field damage dealer, support, on-field damage dealer slash kind of support, right? Like okay, and then I start getting into characters like this that, like, who have one job, but if you give them a specific weapon, if I give her Elegy, which I don't have on this account, she then becomes a support, and she doesn't become an on-field damage dealer. Because if you think about it, Amber's kit specifically is on-field damage. She doesn't. Okay, technically Baron Bunny is off-field because you just throw Baron Bunny, and she does damage later when Amber's already like way off the field. right? But you can also make her into an on-field damage dealer, but like I don't know, spamming charge attacks, I guess, right? So it becomes like, and I kept running into these roadblocks where I started like I started to like contradict myself on like what these types of characters are, and like because it's a factual type of video, I want to be factual. I wanted it to be I wanted it to be factual, and I didn't want it to be subjective. And that's why I haven't like just I really just haven't been able to like put any ideas out, because like they're all like mixed in together with each other. I really love these guides, though you do them very well. Sometimes it's better to not be very concise and be detailed instead. Right? Like yeah, and that's the thing that I'm so having so much trouble with is like, where do I draw the line? Where should I stop? Because like once you I okay, if I all right, here's an explanation, right? Let's give it a try. Okay, Kazuha is a support. He like if you put 4 Viridescent Veneraire on him, you can reduce enemy resistances of elements that can be swirled, right? Like I was just at the surface saying Kazuha is a support. And then like in 3 seconds, I'm already at if I give him 4 Viridescent, and another 2 seconds reducing resistances of elements you can swirl. So I'm already going into elemental reactions, or sorry, not elemental reactions. Yeah, elemental reactions and patch elements. So like this is the part that is like I'm just stumped. I have no idea where to begin and where to stop. And it is so confusing to me. Right? I even wanted to like transition into I was even thinking like for a moment there I was thinking, okay, my example was gonna be like, okay, explaining Kazuha, transitioning to Furina, and then but no, like I didn't even get to Furina. Like first 5 seconds, literally, I went across the line, but then that line I have no idea of where it is. That line like of where I should stop before I get into too much detail. And then like, okay, and a few minutes ago, I started thinking, okay, wasn't I already explaining Furina in like very deep detail already? Oh, sorry, not all the full details, because if I really wanted to go into the details, like I would go into here, like discussing this, etc. Right? But then it was like detailed without the nitty gritty, I guess, is what I went into. And then like that was the thing too, is like it gets so complicated. But then at the same time, like when you start playing it, oh, use the skill, use the burst. Okay, heal on your healer. All right, swap to your on-field character. Go ham. And this is like the most fun part of Genshin to me, is like it is simple enough that I can do it even though I'm an idiot. But it is complicated enough that it makes me feel like, whoa, I'm good. Then move on to weapons and then artifacts, right? Yeah, right. So like, and the again, going back to like what I was saying earlier, is I wanted to do just one like full length video, like not like a 20-minute, 40-minute, hour-long video, because like like Zajeff, geez, oh hey, what's up, Bozan? How you doing, man? Like Zajeff has uploaded some some videos, like an hour long videos. Like it's at some point I noticed it was getting longer at some point. At first, I noticed first few videos I watched of them, it was like, okay, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 18 minutes. At some point, it got to 40 minutes. And then like it went back to like 35, depending on the character, depending on their kit, if their kit was like really complicated. And like I think Furina? I don't remember who, but I think it was, I want to say it was Furina. His Furina pre-release was an hour long. And like I don't want to make a video like that. Especially, at least the Jeff already has a following, and many of these other content creators, they already have a big following. For a small guy like me, for that to catch on, it has to actually be reasonably watchable, right? Like you, somebody who just got recommended this random video from this random dude on YouTube. You're like, oh, attractive thumbnail. Oh, title. Oh, I need that information. And you see the duration. You're like, an hour long? No way, right? So, and it's not about, okay, yes, it is about getting more views. It is about the money as well, because like really certainly I could use any penny that I can get from YouTube really at this point. But if I'm gonna make that video, it's supposed to, like, the idea is to help, well, dummies like me, like, get into Genshin's, like, like, combat stuff, and like how to build characters, teaching people how to fish basically, instead of giving them fish. But if it doesn't, like, if YouTube starts recommending it, nobody clicks on it, it's eventually YouTube will stop recommending it, and then nobody will see it. So that's sort of the thing. That's and it's a complicated dance. And I understand, like, okay, well, you could just change the thumbnail and the title, and you could frame it as the type of video that will have everything in one, right? Like something like that, to where they see the duration. You're like, oh, like full guide of every character in Genshin. Sure, okay. And then they'll be like, okay, well, it's every character in Genshin. It's an hour long, but it's every character in Genshin. Okay, sure, I guess, right? Sure, I could frame it like that. But what if it doesn't work? So there's so many, like, what ifs. Now is the time where you experiment. Then there's no harm in trying while your community is small. I guess that's true. That is true. Yeah. I guess. I certainly should script it, because I don't know if you've noticed. Like, I certainly have gotten better at talking, as I've been doing this, like, streaming thing. And by talking, I mean, like, talking impromptu, explaining things impromptu, saying, expressing my thoughts impromptu. It's certainly gotten so much better than when I first started. But with all the stuttering and pausing and, like, like double dipping, and like going back and forth with myself, speaking impromptu, I think, takes like anywhere between 3 to 5 times longer than how much shorter I could make it if I script it. Remember your why we don't get a skip button video. Oh man. Yeah. I, I really should. I really should start doing stuff like that. Again. I mean, I used to do it. Like, I don't know what happened, man. I think it's maybe just because I got, man, I ooh. Oh, hey, what's up, Leo? Passing by your stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. I hope you're doing great. I hope you're doing great. Also, you're still awake. I mean, okay, technically I am still awake, but well, yeah. All right. Hello. Not gonna lie, you're super underrated. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, Scarlet. Based. Well, yeah. I don't know, man. I think what happened was the time when I tried Twitch streaming. I have thought about, like, dual streaming, but I haven't. I didn't really, like, try looking into it. But I have thought about, like, what if I did that? My problem is, like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I'm gonna have to dig really deep into, like, some, like, terms of service or like agreement or like contract or something, because like I know like how Twitch can be with its creators. Oh, hey, what's up, Bozan? Hey, weren't you here? Like I thought you were you were here like a moment ago. I thought you've been here since like 5 minutes ago. Don't overanalyze it. Yeah, I know, but like I'm just afraid that I don't want to get into legal trouble. That is like something that I just cannot deal with. Um, yeah, that is something that I just cannot deal with at all. I don't want Twitch to like all of a sudden like, oh, you broke a contract, this and that. Like, okay, you're gonna have to pay this fee. Like that is something that I just absolutely cannot deal with, really. Hey, what's up, SN90? Good to see you, man. But I came back. Now staying. Oh, okay, okay. Hey, now staying. All right, sure thing, man. I have thought about it. Like, the biggest reason why. Okay, so that's one of the biggest reasons why I haven't even looked into like how I could do it. Like technically, like how do I set up OBS to stream both on YouTube and Twitch at the same time? Do I need another computer for that? Do I need like a like I yeah I think I will, but again I haven't looked into it at all. My other thought was that I don't think I have enough internet to stream like to upload that much bandwidth. So that would yeah, those are the two biggest reasons why I haven't even looked into how to do it. I have a decent mic and PC now. Your content has gone better. Oh, thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. I wonder why I have a really good microphone now. Yo, like, I mean, I've been very blessed to have a very good microphone now. Oddly, your voice is relaxing to listen to, and I'll listen to your streams while playing Genshin. Oh man, that's so sweet of you. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Have you heard about Doc controversy? Shoot, Doctor Disrespect, right? I mean, like that controversy has been going on for like how many years now? It hasn't gone away, but it has sort of blown up recently. Yeah, I heard about it. You might look into it, man. I really think I should. I really think I should. But like before, I don't know. I think I should really put in some more effort into actually like uploading videos before like thinking about dual streaming. Really, I really do know that Twitch is like the platform to be on for streamers. Not only because like okay, Twitch is the platform for streaming and YouTube is the platform for uploading videos and clips from your streams on Twitch. Yes, I understand that, but that is like why that is so is because of just the type of people that are on Twitch. Mostly, it's mainly like the demographic of people, and not just demographic of like what kind of people are there, but also like mostly where they're from. It's mostly like there's a lot of Westerners on Twitch, and the thing with like Westerners is they have like much better economies than most other countries around the world, and because of that, it's a lot easier for them to afford to like throw like $1 here or throw $2 there, and like $1 for them is like that to me that is lunch. That's instantly lunch for $1 from like one dude. I was and I am his greatest fan now, but after hearing the reason, really, oh, you were a Doctor Disrespect fan? Jeez, that news must have been dreadful for you, man. People now know what went down. Before I say that again, your voice has been my favorite company while I'm studying. That's oddly a little. If I think about it the wrong way, it feels weird. But I'll just choose not to think about it weirdly. um. So yeah, but thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys feel that way about me. Thank you so much. It was like closure for people in a way. The oh yeah, that's right. Like I remember, man, like Muujin has a like I'm sure there are other YouTubers out there that do the same thing that Muujin does, but like Muujin is where mostly, and I'm not even subscribed to him. He's like his videos just come up on my feed and at this point, not on my subscription feed, but like my home feed. Um, Man, people really are suckers for controversy, aren't they? Because like okay, hang on, I'm gonna look up Muujin right now. I'm gonna see his like how many views he gets, because and I don't even know what kind of videos he used to
Okay.
make before. Okay, okay, let's try oldest. Like he used to make like 4-minute videos, and like okay, some of his oldest videos were mostly, I guess, like this. Okay, I remember some of the first videos that I saw from Muujin were um just him. Like an example was like him going on to like what was this, like the third party interactive like Genshin map, and just going through the comments of the different, like I guess, like things on the map, and it was just him like having a good time, and like just having a good time going through like just silly comments, and like some of them were some unhinged comments, and like that was okay, that was funny, but like recently his viewership has just skyrocketed, like and it's been crazy. He's been covering what is it, like more like controversy stuff, but not really like commenting on them, more so like just presenting the facts. And it's like it's sort of like it's sort of this, like, maybe I wouldn't say gray area, but it's like this like sort of safe space, um despite being in the controversy space. It's sort of a safe space. Again, like you still have to be very careful about what you say, how you say things, but like because he is just he is like putting in the effort to like just say the facts instead of like giving his opinions. He's somehow able to get the attention from just everybody being suckers for controversy, and yet somehow like keep himself somewhat safe. Like, if you need background info on anyone, lol. Like, yeah. Oh man, like what was like that last Atsu one? I was like, dude, 2.5 hours? Dude, I can't imagine how long it took him to edit that whole thing. The fact that he has 2.5 hours, like he uploaded a 2.5 hour video, means he had more than 2.5 hours of footage. The- I had to play that thing at times 2 speed the whole time. Otherwise, I would have just like I would have died, like, if I just watched that the whole thing. And I know that I watch videos, like, well, not necessarily videos longer than that, but like podcasts longer than that. The only podcast really I watch right now, like the LTT podcast, they call it WAN show. I don't know. I just like tech in general. Um, and I know that MKBHD has his own podcast. It's called the Waveform podcast, but I don't know. It's like their podcast seems so Vox, and like I don't know if you guys know what Vox is. Oh hey, what's up, Mr. J? How you doing, man? Um, Vox and like what are these other? They're YouTube channels, but at the same time they're also media companies. They're very, oh man, how do I put them? I don't know. Like I don't know how to describe them. They're just way too like not mainstream. Like I don't know. I just don't like the type of show it is. Hectone got AoE taunt. AOE taunt. That's funny. That's actually a very apt description of it. AOE taunt. Atsu got the AOE blame. The controversy is hilarious. VTubers. There was the Nisanji thing. Weird company. You know, I actually had no idea that was a thing before I watched that video from Mujin. Like, I was like, it blew my mind. I was like, this is an industry? And it's not just an industry, it's a huge industry. They're a corporate type of channel. Oh yeah, that's the exact, I think, description of what exactly a YouTube channel Vox is. And like MKBA HD's like waveform podcast is just way too like similar to that format. They're like, they do discuss the tech, they discuss the news, but then they like they don't like they do criticize, you know, stuff that should be criticized, but then they also like especially like the really large corporations like Apple, you know, like and stuff like that, especially ones that you clearly see that they have good relationships with, right? Like Apple, Tesla, etc. They criticize, but then like they also explain like, oh, because the like business this, business that. Like they try to soften the criticism, and I don't know, like I just don't like it. It feels so corporate speak. It feels like corporate speak to me, and I'm like, it just turns me off. Granted, I do like MKBHD's like how like his opinions of tech products, but their podcast, I just don't like it. It seems so corporate to me. It seems like corporate agenda. No, what's the word I'm looking for? Propaganda. Here you go. Seems like corporate propaganda to me. But like Nisanji thing, like that blew my mind. That was like, an industry, like a huge industry. Tecton's entertaining and all, but too much content of him feels toxic. Yeah, yeah. That's sort of it. First watch, you'll be like, oh, this dude's funny. Like he's obnoxious, okay, but he's funny. I'm gonna sub. And, like you subscribe, okay. Couple of you watch another video and like, haha, haha. Yeah, that's right. Well, this guy's annoying. I don't know, like, and then like, you sort of like, okay, the more you watch his content, and if you like, okay, I can imagine already, being influenced by his personality. If you experiment, like if you ever do try an experiment like this, don't watch any other content creator except him for like, I don't know, 3 months, and I can already picture out becoming like this like brain dead brain dead content like viewer, where I just like like a funny fat man. Oh, he said the F word about this other dude. That other dude's dumb. Like I can already picture out becoming like that if I just watched nothing but his content for like 3 months. And I think, now I'm not gonna say that's all his viewers, because the dude is so hateable. It is so easy to hate him. Like I bet, like there's like anywhere between 40 and 50% of the the type of people that I just portrayed just now that are his viewers, and the other 50 to 60% are haters, and they're just there to look for like, oh, like, okay, oh, juicy news. All right, I'm gonna tweet about him. That's his shtick. Yeah, and like the thing is too is like, if that's truly his personality, then I'm like, I'll say he's lucky and both unlucky. He's unlucky that like, okay, like he's unlucky that he's a douchebag, but he's lucky that his personality just happens to be the type of personality that, you know, the internet likes, Well, not necessarily. Well, watches, likes to watch, but not likes, but likes to watch. And that's just the nature of, like, I guess, entertainment on the internet nowadays. Well, hang on. Let me see. What should I? Uh, mm, all right. That seems like a more interesting view. Internet loves drama, man. Yeah, exactly. Like Twitter, especially Twitter. Reddit is starting to become like that as well. Uh, a little less so because like the OG like Redditors are still like the more like informed people, but like like a lot more people are also like that are not like that are also like very like Twitter kind of people. I've started to jump on Reddit too, so Twitter is kind of a mess right now. Sorry, not Reddit is kind of a mess right now. Twitter is just, I don't know what Twitter is even. uh, Twitch feels like that, but there's also a lot of like people who just lurk and are just like, I don't know, they're just sitting there looking for stuff to watch, and you're like, oh, that's funny. It's very tough to withstand all that hate. Props to him. You know, I don't think he's tough. Like, because he doesn't need to be tough because he just truly doesn't care. When you don't care, you don't need to be tough to deal with anything like that. Really, like if you truly just do not care, the only thing you'll have to deal with though, if you have like people, okay, if you have haters, like remember this story about that one dude who hated, what was it? Was it the Zhongli? Yeah, it was the Zhongli thing. That one dude from China who went from like a different province of China, who traveled all the way to shoot. No, not Shanghai. What's next to Hong Kong? The other tech city. Shoot. Shenzhen. Went to Shenzhen, bought a knife online. Bought a knife online, went to Shenzhen with the knife, like and waited outside their headquarters, Hoyo's headquarters, just like Taiwan. No. It was like China, mainland China. Um, Waited outside of Hoyo's headquarters because he wanted to stab the CEO because he hated what they did with Zhongli. Very old news. Yeah, like very old news. But then like if you that's like, and if you're the type of like internet personality like Tectone, that's like, those kinds of haters are really the only thing that you should be like that you should be careful of. But like if you don't have those kinds of haters, then you're fine. Like just as if you're somebody who truly does not care what anybody thinks of you, like, you don't have to be tough, really. Like, really, you don't really need to be. All for the Geo Daddy. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, like, I guess another thing that you have to make sure though of is make sure your personal info doesn't get leaked, your address, like stuff like that, your real name. Um, yeah, like, but other than that, like you're fine. Very dangerous is someone doxes your address. Ah, yeah, that's true. That is true. And some people really will be like that, especially if you have IRL friends who know that you do like an online thing. You do Twitch or YouTube or whatever, um, or what's the word I'm looking for? You are like some sort of influencer, and you just somehow like got into an argument with them, and they publicly they publicly leak your real name and your address, and that information goes viral. You're screwed. You're screwed. You're gonna have to move. Like, well, maybe, but you like at some point, like if you're that kind of personality that is just so hateable, you're gonna have to move. It's not much of a friend then, is it, RJ? Well, okay, when you're teenagers, That's basically all your friends. When you're teenagers, those are basically all your friends. My sister just found an albino cockroach outside Oh my god. Oh, speaking of albino cockroach, I've seen one of those. No, actually, I've seen a couple of those throughout my life. I was so. Oh man. Whew. I'm sorry. I just thought back to that memory, and it, to this day, still gives me the shivers. Speak for yourself, buddy. Well, if you're a teenager in 2024, those are all your friends. Yeah, like if you're a teenager in 2024, those are all your friends. Kill it with fire. Is like I don't know, man. Okay, granted, I don't know anybody from this generation. Like I see kids, I see teenagers. That's sort of all I know about this generation. And that's sort of all I see. And obviously I don't know them in detail. Weren't that much different. Yeah, but like 20 years ago, the internet wasn't a thing. I mean, yes, there was internet, but your argument with this person about this thing, they can't paint you as the bad guy and let like thousands or tens of thousands of people know that you're the bad guy, or convince tens of thousands of people that you're the bad guy, right? Like, okay, sure, they'll tell like three of their friends, and like those three friends will tell like three of their friends, and like, okay, overall like 10, like 20 to 50 people might know, might believe them that you're a douche. But like today, no, like it's people like that could easily ruin your life. And not just your life, but like anybody you're close with. Right? Like, okay, think like Hoyo makes a character that's bad. Right? In the age of the internet, 2022, 2020, 2024, whatever, right? The voice actors get flaked for it. The voice actors get death threats from it. That is the world we live in. That, like, sure, yes, 20 years ago, kids weren't that much different. 20 years ago, kids were kind of stupid too. Like, just like kids today. Yeah. But they couldn't ruin your lives. Well, like maybe they could take a pencil and shove it in your eye. Like, okay, sure. But other than that, no. It's so much more different now. Mostly because of the social side, and it's because of just how fast information can spread nowadays. Filipino boomer, way too dank. Well, I think people in general, not everyone obviously, but like people in general are have some form of narcissism to some degree. And I think, like, again, not everyone, but people in general. And the boomers and millennials, sorry, yeah, boomers and millennials are the generations now that are still alive. The boomers, like, sort of like some of them, or maybe a lot of them, have this sort of picture in their head that they made, or they're one of the generations that made the modern world what it is, because it was their generation that did this, did that, etc., and made it so that the time of the millennials was like this, like that, and then the millennials are also here now. Most of the millennials are the working class. They are the They are the working class. They are the most productive part of society right now. And this is the part where I think why millennials are so, because we're, like, a lot of the millennials now are at the point where they're old enough, mature enough, etc., that they will not say that they are the most important people in the world because they truly believe they are. But they just won't say it because they are mature and they want to avoid conflict, etc. But and that's to some degree that is true. But that's also they're also not the only important people in the world, and nobody really talks about this. Uh, and it is true, like, because the millennials are, I think, like the millennial generation and the boomer generation are some of the generations that are the most like populous, I think, in most countries, not in every country, but in most countries, because the boomer generation, they were the generation that was in a time where it was a mixture of like good and bad. Like education wasn't as freely available or wasn't as spread out, so like there were quite a lot of people who weren't educated too well about what's the word I'm looking for, like sexual education and like contraception, stuff like that, family planning, stuff like that. And it was also the time where, even though you weren't very well educated on this stuff, like even though you were living off of a minimum wage income, you could barely feed your family, but despite that, if you just worked hard enough, you could actually keep up with feeding your family. Even though in the modern world, like your income back in the 80s as a boomer, back in the 70s as a boomer, would have been really practically only enough to feed and give a good life to one or two children. But somehow, because of your lack of education of family planning, etc., maybe like lack of discipline in like family planning, etc., you just went ham, and now you have 6 kids. But like again, that time was a very different time, like employment wise. That if you just worked hard enough, you just kept working harder and harder. Like it's not a guarantee, but there is at least a chance that you will be able to provide for all your children and your family in general. And because your children didn't have, like, at that time did not have a very good life, like, not every one of them, but some of them will have worked extra hard, will have gained ambitions, and they themselves became these successful millennials today. Some of the older successful millennials. And I agree. The current generation of millennials now is a pretty important part of society nowadays. We are I think, the most populous, and as well as the boomer generation, the most number of people in the world right now. Gen Z and like the younger generations, I think, in most countries, isn't going to be as many of them as the millennials and the previous generations, because the millennials have tasted the good life and they feel bad for their children if they cannot give this good life to them or a better life than them. So they will be really stingy and really careful about having more children. And that's why you see so many countries around the world who have reducing populations, like Japan, South Korea. And it's not even just reducing population, but like the birth rates, right? Like on average, the sustainable birth rate is around like 1.6 children per family, per household, like per couple. And that will be enough to replace the next generation, like replace them, right? Like, if that makes sense. Well, like ideally, it's two children per couple, because once that couple dies off, two people will replace them, right? Like they're two children. So that is like the most ideal situation to have, is like each couple have two children. But because the millennial generation, Number one, it is so much more challenging to find employment nowadays that you cannot just keep working harder and harder to provide for more children. Because the employment market has just become so much more different nowadays than it was 50, 60 years ago. That plus the fact that again we've tasted the good life, we don't want to go back to the worst life, and we want to give this good life or a better life to our children, that we're afraid to have more children. So populations are going to go down. I remember reading this couple of years ago from some article, and hearing about it in a documentary as well. That the UN's, the United Nation has sort of an estimate of the global population, and this was like quite a few years ago too. They estimate that the global population will peak at 11 billion. I forget exactly what year their estimation was, but it was somewhere around like 2030 or 2050 or something like that, and then it will start going down from then. And I think that's pretty spot on. Yeah, some other countries, many other countries' populations nowadays are sort of steadying already. They're not growing. They're not going down. There are a couple of countries' populations who are going down, and some other countries' populations that are like the increase of their population is slowing down. India, I think, is just about ramping up. China is just about slowing down, and they're peaking. Um, some Western countries are still sort of steadily growing, but certainly not at a fast pace. Steadily growing, but also like very slowly, like the growth is very slowly slowing down. Man, I don't even remember. Like, how did we even get down this rabbit hole? Oh, I guess we're talking about Tectone at some point, and like, okay, yeah, geez, that was like, how do we somehow get to this topic? Feels like the more learned people are, the lesser procreation happens. It's just like how high civilizations are in sci-fi movies, dude. I can't believe I've only recommended this movie once on this on one of my streams before. It was like a couple of streams ago. Idiocracy. Certified best yapper. Yeah, that's true actually. So you guys, I like, okay, unless if you're too young to watch this. No, wait, was there any problem with that movie? No, no. I think it's family friendly. Hang on. What is the age rating of that movie? Uh what? Rated R? Oh, okay. Well, all right. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of confused. Like, why that movie was rated R? That's funny. I just googled it. It's rated R. I was so surprised because, like, okay, yes, there were adult jokes in it, and there was smoking and drinking stuff like that. Yeah, but then like it wasn't like it was mostly comedically used, and like the adult jokes were, I think, too adult for children to understand, to even like have an idea about what they were about. uh and like everything else was just funny, haha, for right, for children. Like that's actually what I thought. Yeah, it's family friendly. That's exactly my reaction. Like, let me try that again. Hang on, I closed that. Age rating. Okay, well, this is in the USA. All right. um yeah, in the USA it's rated R. What the what the heck? It blew my mind. Wow, that's kind of crazy. I watched that movie for the first time when I was 14. It was on TV. It was on cable TV. Kind of crazy, but yeah, like really, you guys should go give that movie a watch. It's not even just okay. Even if you're just looking for like a good time, sure, it's a funny movie. But if you, it's certainly it's more like a oh, imagine like GTA 5 2044. That's basically what Idiocracy is. Like we have what is it called again? Blade Runner? No, that's the movie. Shoot, what's the game? One with Keanu Reeves in it. The video game that the show there was this show called Edge Runners was based off of. No, not Matrix. Cyberpunk. Sure. Yeah. Shoot. Okay. Yeah. Cyberpunk. So Cyberpunk 2044. Okay. No. Wait. What? Why am I? I'm getting things mixed up. So 2044 is the movie, right? So not Matrix, but like Blade Runner. Yeah. Blade Runner 2044. What is the? Why am I remembering 2044? What is this? 2044, 2077. I'm an idiot. 2077. Yeah. There you go. I don't know where the 44 comes from. So okay, 2077. So Cyberpunk 2027, 2077. Right? Okay. Now I have no idea what the 2077 actually means. I assume it's like the future. But like imagine so GTA 5 is sort of like a parody of it has been a parody of modern day America, right? GTA. Oh, sorry, not GTA 5 specifically, modern day America from 2013. And GTA 6 will be like I guess a parody of 2024, modern day America. And imagine so basically Idiocracy is basically GTA 69 of the year 2077. GTA 3. Yeah, like basically every like well not every, but like yeah, from GTA onwards, it's been a parody of different eras of the USA. But, it's a parody. It's either exaggerated or it's been made into a comedy version of itself. And some of it is absolutely true. It's just 100% true and absolutely zero not exaggerated. Um And the movie Idiocracy is basically GTA 69 in the year 2077. So take that how you will. I still highly recommend you guys go watch Idiocracy. I like basically the word idiot, but then Cracy. Yeah, Cracy. Yeah, Idiocracy. It is if you're young, you'll get a laugh out of it. If you're young and don't understand the like some of the deeper I guess themes of it, you'll get a laugh out of the movie. Pretty funny movie, I think. um, but if you're older and you understand like the deeper tones of the movie, you'll be like, wow, well, this is exactly where we're headed. South Park is a better example. I wish I'd seen more of South Park. Yeah. Um, I by the time that South Park was popular, I was a little too immature. Yeah, I was like really, really immature, and I sort of didn't really. I understood like like all the stuff that was in the show, but I understood the words is what was happening. I understood the idea, but I didn't truly understand it, and like couldn't, like, like when you're a kid, you understand what your mom is yapping about, and you're like, yeah, mom, I get it, but then like you don't truly understand. Like your mom yaps about, like, no, don't get a girlfriend, like it's too early for you to have kids, and you're like, no, I'm not gonna have kids, but like like 5 years later you have a 3-year-old son, right? Don't throw away your future, stuff like that. And then you're like, when you're 15, 16, you're like, yeah, mom, I get it. Oops.
知識はあなたにも
影を打つかかるどの目が出るかしっかり立ってな悪を見極め影を狩り尽くす射撃順あなたの獲物が金属じゃったよこれこそ自然のオアシスのためにギター工作せやばい逃げられると思うな丸見えな邪魔をするな潔白を証明する
What's there to understand? They're trying to breed an elephant with a pig. They have mecha steers. It's quite rough. No, I mean, like, yeah, I haven't seen much of South Park, but that was mostly because I didn't think it was funny. Like, how old was I even? Like, 12? I think? Maybe not 12. 14, I think? Yeah, 14 years old at the time. And I don't know, like, I just didn't get it. I thought, okay, again, like I said, I understood the words. I thought it was funny, like, hoo-hoo, haha, they're idiots. And they're like, oh, I understood what he said, haha, funny. Sure, like, I get the words, but, like, I didn't understand it, like, so, like, its impact, I guess. Like, I didn't fully understand its impact of, like, I couldn't relate it to the world and myself. And I think that was the missing piece. Why I didn't commit myself to watching more of South Park. Like, for example, I see South Park Jack TV was mainly where I saw South Park episodes, and like every time I was on Jack TV, and then like I would like move channels. I would go to Disney, I would go to Cartoon Network, or like that local anime channel. Oops, that I mentioned earlier. And then I'd be like, oh, okay, well, something good. Mostly because like I was young. Couldn't really fully understand what was going on. Boosh. Oh no, we didn't crit. Oh wait, no, this... Wait, 49k, that was a crit. I forgot, I'm not on the main account. I forgot I'm not on the main account. If this was the main account, I was expecting like 130k from Zhongli. I was thinking, oh no, 49. I thought it was in a crit, and then I realized, no, I'm on the third account. They have a black chef who sings about. It's okay, it's not that deep. At least the first couple of seasons were very shallow and slapstick. Yeah, well, like I said, Yeah, like I've mentioned a couple of times on stream, I'm stupid. And by stupid I mean like not retarded, like just slow, really. Slower than like the average person at my age. So when I was 14, I may as well have been 12 or 10 even. Ow. Praying for the big Natlan leak. Dude, it's just one more version update away. Well, like, why do you need a leak? All I heard was that someone was retarded. I meant to say that yeah, like even though it's shallow and stuff like that, like still at the time, just 14-year-old me is just not very smart, really. Like I'm slow. I may not be like retarded stupid, but I'm slow. Lower than your average person at somebody my age. So yeah, it takes me a while to like fully understand stuff. Like for example, the movie Idiocracy, first time I saw it was like somewhere around high school, and at the time I was like, the thing that I was describing earlier, like if you're young and don't fully understand it, you'll be like, hoo hoo, haha, funny, stupid dude. Like that was me first few times I saw it, and then like I saw it again when I was like 25, just like around 5-6 years ago. Then I realized, oh, this movie, like I realized myself that, oh, I did not understand this movie when I saw it for the first time. When you're retarded, you're getting stupid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not that. But I'm also just slower than the average person. Wow, I somehow dodged that without meaning to. 97k fall damage, huh? Interesting. Did you give ZZZ a real chance? No. From the moment, okay, even from when I first saw footage of the closed beta test 1 from Ivan Deluxe, because I remember Ivan Deluxe mentioned like when he first released footage of it, like months ago, like I think maybe a year ago even. He mentioned that their closed beta testers did not have to agree to not share footage. They were fully allowed to share footage of it. I saw the combat system and I was like, okay, seems very fast-paced. Cool, cool. Sounds awesome. But then like it was a little too fast-paced for my taste. And then like second closed beta test, saw more footage. Nilou says, I spend more time on these TV screens than I do fighting. And I was like, nah. That was it. That was it for me. In fact, like some two, three people said very early on in this stream that they didn't like ZZZ, or like ZZZ was a disappointment or something. That's sort of what they said. What team should I try? Hey, view characters. What is this? That's new? Huh. That's new. I didn't notice that until now. There's a new button here. View characters. I can actually... Wait, can I update them and stuff? I don't need to change. I don't need to get out of Abyss to change stuff. Got to adventure rank 30. Oh, hey, nice, nice. Congrats, Scarlet. AR 30. Let me see. I don't remember very much exactly what happened around AR 30 for me. Because like everything from like new account to AR 40 to me, 40, 45 to me feels like one whole phase. It felt like I was doing nothing but just doing the Archon quests. That's sort of what I remember from that phase. I do remember using some resin every now and then, but it was very, especially around AR 20, like maybe 30. It felt a lot harder for me. Especially the first time around. Yeah, especially the first time around. Yeah, I don't know. Like to me, like generally when somebody asks me like, "Oh, what should I do? How do I make my character stronger?" and like I ask them what AR they are, they're like AR 16, AR 25. I just say like, just keep doing your Archon quests. Just get to AR 40 to 45 soon, ASAP. AR 30, I guess that's like the time where you start doing talent domains. Like you start doing a couple of talent domains, a couple of weapon ascension domains. Yeah, just to get your talents up to like level 4, 5, or 6 maybe. Yeah, it's an exciting time for sure. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting time, and it's also a time where you start to feel impatient. You're like, oh man, I'm almost there. But yeah, you know that is such a, I'd say like maybe not the peak of Genshin fun. There are multiple peaks I think to like how fun Genshin can be. That is certainly one of the earlier peaks. Oops. Let's see. 25 hours from now? No. I'll probably just hold on to my condensed resin for now. But you're not almost there. Yeah, no. No. You're not almost there. But you are almost to the one of the peaks of like, oh, awesome. This game feels nice. Because around AR 30, from what little I remember of that, is the time when I started to farm weapon ascension materials and talent ascension materials, talent books, scrolls, or whatever. And that's when I started leveling up talents, leveling up weapons, started to take artifacts, you know, like put some effort into artifacts, like getting like plus 12 berserker artifacts, and even like one 4-star plus 16 berserker, like maybe a feather. But it's on the way to like the most exciting, one of the more exciting peaks in Genshin. Yeah, and then like once you reach, you know, like character level, what, like 50, I think, I don't remember exactly. Like character level 50, your talents are like level 4, your artifacts are like plus 8, plus 12, and 1 plus 16 artifact. You have a level 40, like you have a level 40, 50 weapon. That, you feel powerful. Well, I never got to talk about Natlan characters. So, the thumbnail and title are absolute clickbait at this point. I'm gonna have to change that. Clickbait, RJ. Hey, I didn't mean to. I wanted people to come into chat and like, oh, what did you think of the you know, the Natlan characters in the preview, in the Natlan preview? Like, okay, but nobody said that, so like we never got to talk about it. How many days we got left? 8 days. All right, I'll change the title to that. Wait, how many days is a patch? Normally lasts 6 weeks, 42 days, versions labeled. Okay. Yeah. 42 days. 40, so 50 days. Yeah, there you go. Alright, 50 days to Natlan. Well, we don't really talk about Natlan, so I guess I can't use that title. 20 or something? 20, I think, is like half. I think you're talking about like each banner. Yeah. That's about right. 20, 21 days, I think. I said something about Natlan characters, but you didn't see my message earlier. Oh, oh, I'm sorry, Shinran. Yeah. We did a bit of okay, mostly me. I did a bit of a lot of rambling today. I mean, it's like Battle Pass 50. Like no more events. No more events, right? 8 days till 4.8. So really nothing else to do in the game. So I rambled. RJ, change your channel name while you're at it to RJ Can Yap. I think that would be more appropriate, yeah. Because I do more yapping than actual playing. One phase around 40, one batch. Yeah, that's true. That's correct. I was about to change the stream title to 50 days to Natlan, and like yeah, Shinran brought something up, but then like I completely missed it, so like we never got to talk about it, so that's still clickbait. Oh, I guess I did talk about like, okay, there was one guy earlier, like a new guy to Genshin, like very new guy to Genshin, said he started 2 days ago. AR13. Like, he was asking for help. Bro trying to bait regular. No, well, it's It's a strategy. I But then, like at the very least, I'm trying to change it, you know, because like I realized, well, we didn't talk about Natlan at all, so at least I feel bad about it. We're here to we're here to listen to your rambling. Got nothing on us. Can't stand to watch another random guy just play Genshin. That's exactly why we're here, man. Well, oh, I remember they're not there aren't that many people streaming Genshin on YouTube. Like no, I think that's wrong. There are so few people streaming Genshin on YouTube. I remember last year around, I don't know now, but around last year I went into, okay, I'm gonna open it now. I'm gonna look at it right now. I remember one afternoon I was just bored, and I went into, sorry, where did I go into? Ending, movies, gaming, I think. Okay, so explore, gaming, and then okay, top live games. And then I looked up, okay, apparently GTA 5 is like the most watched, like 56k watching right now on YouTube. PUBG, geez, that's game still a thing. PUBG still up, 49k number 2. Battlegrounds Mobile India, what the heck? Wait, I thought PUBG was banned in India. So apparently, it's a different game. It's not PUBG. It's Battlegrounds Mobile. Okay, apparently 41k. 7 days to die? 34k watching on YouTube. Okay, well anyway, around last year, I went around looking through like streams. How is PUBG still alive? I know. I'm just like, isn't that game, well, not dead, but like I don't see anyone still playing it. I mean, dude, there's more people watching PUBG than Dota 2. Okay, Dota 2 is certainly a lot older than PUBG, but still, Dota 2 is still like a big, it's a big thing still, right? Oh wow, ZZZ, huh? 3.5k. Okay, not a lot, not certainly far from like GTA 5 PUBG, but 3.5k on YouTube. And I'm scrolling all the way down right now, by the way. Still haven't found Genshin. No, like I have to load up so much more to find Genshin. Alright, load up more. Alright, oh, Star Rail's here. 724 watching. 724 watching Star Rail. Oh, and right next to Star Rail, Genshin Impact. 704 people watching. And if I go into that, how many people are streaming Genshin right now? Okay, so Clorinde. Okay, there's a couple of streamers. So okay, this is just my region. How about worldwide? Okay, worldwide. All right, there you go. So this is worldwide. Like top guy, 71 people watching him. Second, 68, 73, 30, 28, 24, 22, 20, and then yeah, like ton of people. Well, hang on. Actually, wow. Well, not few, but also not a lot of people streaming, and really not a lot of people watching Genshin stuff, Genshin streams on YouTube. So like, yeah. PUBG really is banned in India. Yeah, I remember hearing about this. Like, I am really into tech, and like, tech is very often, like, it overlaps with gaming a lot. So I heard about this news like last year or 2 years ago. It was some time ago. Here's the point, RJ. The point is that there's 1 million people on here playing Genshin. Maybe not live, but there's still 1 million people in Genshin every day. Genshin gameplay videos. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's just me. I'm just referring to the live streamers, people streaming Genshin. And now I need Furina's materials, level her up to 60. I don't remember Furina's materials, but if you've explored Fontaine, you won't have too many problems with that. I think Furina's materials were flowers. Like, I don't remember. Like lilies? What are they called? Um, Lake light. Light, not like. I don't know. Please, like, don't take my word for it. Like, get on Google or like just look at your character stuff and like go look up what Furina actually wants before you go farming what I just said. That might be wrong. Hydro Natlan unit. Wait, Hydro Natlan unit peaked. You interest? Your interest. Hydro Natlan unit. Hydro. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. From the preview, right? From the preview. All right. Open up YouTube. That girl, right? Okay, there it is. And whoa, I didn't ask you to play just yet, but that is actually what I'm looking for. How do I open that? Yeah, there it is. You mean her? I mean, I'm curious about all three of them, really. We just haven't seen anything of Natlan until this. As the first here, it's been 4 hours. What's there to stream? Really nothing. I'm interested in the green boy. You know, I've already seen, well, one meme of the dude. And people were, that one meme of the dude was already, like, you know, it was already a Zhao meme. It was literally already a Zhao meme. Like, I don't know what it is with Zhao. Like, is Zhao ever gonna get a break from getting memed on? Zhao, Green Boy is already considered Zhao 2.0. I mean, like, he really is. I mean, that's pretty cool, right? Pretty sick. They have a mount system. I imagine this is probably going to be, like, either, like... It's probably going to be very similar to, like, Kirara. Remember Kirara? Like, if you hold E on her, she becomes a box. But instead of... oh, it's going to be either, like, a hold E, like Kirara's, or it's going to be, like, a special dash, like Arlecchino's. You notice them glowing when they're using their skills. Oh, yes. What's her name? Ashikai. Ashikai made a video of that, actually. Ashikai made a video of that. And she made a video referring to it. Sorry, Furina's loud. So, Ashikai made a video of it. And she was... So, okay. At this point, many of us already know that... the summer region and the theme of the summer regions and the event and like whatever the main story is going to be for the summer regions in every 0.8 update right before the next big 0.0 update is basically like it shows us so much about what the next region is going to be mainly about. And so somebody brought it up earlier. I don't remember all the other ones, but like basically the first one, like the Klee one, Like the first time the Golden Apple Archipelagos came out, that that was like basically a precursor to what Inazuma was gonna be like. Um, Same thing with shoot. Same thing with Sumeru. Same thing with and it was the same thing with Fontaine as well, right? Like with all the what are they called? The Oceanid people. That all the people were Oceanids, and in the recent special program, Genshin Special 4.8 special program, they showed a bit of footage. Oh, that's it. That's literally it. Yeah, that's literally the video I'm talking about that Ashikai made. It seems to be about colors and like having colors. And like I guess theory, her lore theory was mostly about like, okay, so you remember that in Sumeru we had these like areas that needed to be like cleansed of like, I don't know, some sort of corruption, and then like once we did that, it would just be like all gray and stuff. But like once we did that, like one of them was, if I remember, I think, no, I don't think that's right. Oh, this place, yeah, that's one. I think this is one too. I don't remember really. Yeah, like after you cleared like and those are like the bigger ones. There are also like a lot of really small ones in the jungle that once you cleared them, they would seem to be a lot more colorful. Withered zones. Yeah, yeah, the withering zones. Exactly. RJ, I got a question. Will any of the battle pass weapons be decent for Navia? Navia. I'm sorry. I'm just not familiar with the newer battle pass weapons. This pretty good. Basically the best the best weapon in like among the whole battle pass. Like, and even today. Back then it was the best. Today it was the best. It's still the best. Navia, Claymore user, hang on, crit rate, okay. High bitch attack, that's gonna be a lower crit rate than Serpent Spine. 16%, 15 seconds after being affected by Pyro. Okay, well, I guess that's not hard to do. Like Bennett, sure. Triggered once every 12 seconds. Little damage bonus. All until damage bonus will be increased by 12% for 15 seconds after being affected by Hydro. Oh. Oh. Okay, the Bennett one is a lot more reliable. And it's like, it works with Navia because Navia is an attack scaler. If you want to buff Navia's like skill damage, obviously you want to use Bennett. Circle Impact again. Affected by Hydro. How do we do that? Barba? Oh, okay. Hydro, Cryo, Electro, Dendro. How do you self-infuse? Oh, hey. Yo, Happy! Long time no see, man. How have you been? I haven't seen you in so long, man. How is life? How is life? How have you been, man? I don't know about this. This seems okay. So certainly this one is ideally what you want, but like, how do you self-infuse with these elements? I have no idea. Um, I mean, like, this isn't bad either, right? Like, it's gonna be like kind of random. It's not gonna be very consistent because you don't know who, like, what element is gonna attack you. Really depends on what you're fighting. But I guess if you don't get this, at least you get this, and I guess it's kind of okay because at the very least, Navia is an attack scaler, so it's okay. But I think this is still a better weapon for Navia, especially if you use Navia as an on-fielder and you don't swap off of her and just swap to her and E every now and then. If you plan to use Navia as an on-fielder, I think this is still the better weapon. Can Navia's infusion be overridden? As far as I remember, no. I think I remember reading that it had the text in it that cannot be overridden something. Charges, no. Shoot. I don't remember where that was, but I'm sort of sure, not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that it said somewhere around here that it could not be overridden. Boardman, okay, in front of her, cannon fire. Okay. Wait, dealing geo damage to nearby, bombardment. Where is that infusion bit of text? Oh, here. Okay. Per second, ceremonial. Okay, using the burst. Oh no, wait, what? Using crystal shots, damage dealt with Navia's normal attacks, charge attacks. Converted. Oh, after using your skill. Okay. Right. Which cannot be overridden. It says right there, yeah. By other elemental infusions. Yeah, so it can't be overridden. So yeah, you can actually just use Navia as an on-fielder. Although, you know, like you're gonna have you're gonna have to really like save up Navia's thing. Like you can't just spam it. I guess you want to start off with your burst, swap off of her, do your rotation, like you rotate through your other characters' abilities, your supports, etc. Set up, do your setup, and then swap to Navia. Use your first E, normal attack on her a couple of times, and then like around like 3 or 4 seconds later, do your second E. And then like you got another 4 seconds to normal attack on her. By the time that you finish that, I think that should be like the time when your skill cooldown is off. Yeah, it's not a very long skill cooldown. Yeah, it's 15-second cooldown. So I think you can actually just straight up use Navia as an on-fielder. Yeah. So but I think now, okay, like granted, to compare these two between like on-field Navia versus off-field Navia with this thing, I'm gonna need to actually do math that I don't know how to do. Math that I don't know how to do to actually give you like a definitive, oh, this is like 2% better than this one, you know, like something like that. But I'd rather not do that because I cannot do that. But yeah, off-fielder, like swap to Navia every now and then, press E. You cannot fully utilize this passive, but I think it's still a better passive than this. Is indeed planning to play her on field. Oh, nice. Yeah, even better then. Okay, so as long as you're not uncomfortable about like dodging enemy fire, or like if you're running a shielder, because like you take more damage with this thing. Let me see. Okay, I guess I can't refine the, hang on. What is this? Serpent spine. Where are there? Okay. Yeah, so imagine this stacks up to 5 times. You get a 50% damage buff. Wait, 2%? Does it go down? Oh, that's actually cool. So, okay, eventually, if you do plan to R5 this at some point, well, 2%. Essentially, this will be, what, 10%? Yeah, you'll take 10% more damage, but deal 50% more damage. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, if you're not too uncomfortable but taking 10% more damage at R5 someday, if you plan on refining it, and 15% more damage at R1, then yeah, it'll be a little uncomfortable. But I'm sure you'll get used to it, like dodging enemy attacks, etc. I'm fine with dodging and healing. I also have a few shields. I'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, Serpent Spine, definitely the best weapon in the whole battle pass. I think a close second might be Deathmatch. This is a really good weapon. If it weren't for Favonius Lance, I think Deathmatch would be like just as good as Serpent Spine. But Favonius Lance is just so good. It's a high base attack 4-star weapon, and it gives particles to the team. Now, granted, it's a very different weapon from Deathmatch, but the fact that it gives energy to the team means you can build more crit in your substats instead of ER. I have 2 of Deathmatch already. Yeah, no, like it's Deathmatch is actually pretty cool. Like the thing that I would love so much to get 5 Deathmatch copies of, that the thing that I'd love to do with it would be on this account. I'm on the 3rd account, and my Zhongli is, it's kind of built, even though it's on an HP build. But like, okay, obviously I have no proper set for it. My ER is abysmal. But I would love to be able to build Zhongli properly, but on an HP build. Like my friend's Zhongli, I'm so jealous of it. It is like my ideal Zhongli. He has, I believe, C2 Zhongli. Yeah, C2, which means when you burst, you boom, have a shield. No need to burst and then hold E. And I don't remember how much ER he has, but he has, like, for most of the teams that he runs Zhongli in, he has just enough ER to get his burst back on cooldown. And he somehow still has, wait, what was his crit ratio? It was something like very, very bad crit ratio, but just barely usable. So I think it was something like 65 or something, 65 to 70%, like 120, 130 crit damage, right? So despite HP, still really good. And that was thanks to Deathmatch. Don't you have a Zhoma on Zhongli? What? A Homa on Zhongli? Yes, but that was on the main account. And that Zhongli, well, yeah, sure, I guess, but like very low ER, basically non-existent ER. Also, no proper set on him. Now, granted, I don't know what 4 set I would even want to run on Zhongli, because like I kind of run Zhongli on so many different teams. So there's not really like one team that I can just use Zhongli in and I'll know exactly what his artifact set is forever. And that's really my biggest problem is like I run Zhongli in like so many teams that I don't know what 4 set I want to farm for him. Tenacity, yeah, but like, okay, remember before I got Alhaitham, I used to run Zhongli like 99% of the time. Zhongli is gonna be running with, okay, well, let's say Ganyu in my overworld team, but like in Abyss, in an actual like high stakes combat, 99% of the time that was with Hyper Bloom. And like the attack buff from Tenacity, I guess it kind of benefits Nahida, because Nahida's scaling is not full EM, it's actually like both EM and attack. Yeah, right there. Like, yeah, it's both EM and attack percent. But it scales more heavily towards EM, really. And it's only 3 seconds, if I remember. I'm sorry, excuse me. It's only like 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah, 3 seconds, right? Which means that pillar has to be ticking like very consistently, and it does. But then like the problem with that is, in fact, like not many people run Zhongli Tenacity. Like, okay, on the surface, 4-piece Tenacity sounds like the perfect Zhongli artifact. But in practice, no. Very few people actually run Zhongli on 4 Tenacity. Especially like the theory crafters. Like hardly anyone runs them with Tenacity. It's too unpredictable. Because number 1, Zhongli's pillars can be destroyed. Number 2, enemies can just move away from it. So yeah, for tenacity is generally not the like a very good option for Zhongli. Is instructor Zhongli a lot? Instructor. Alright, what does instructor do again? Or sorry, no, I know what it does, but I don't remember exactly how to proc it. It was like trigger an elemental reaction, right? Every time you trigger an elemental reaction? Triggering an elemental reaction increases all party members' elemental mastery. Okay. Well. I mean, isn't that even more unreliable on Zhongli? Okay, at least this is an 8-second buff. So, after you hold E on Zhongli, okay, it's just as long as 4VV, I guess. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, it's more unreliable than Tenacity, because Tenacity just needed to be skill hits. Didn't need to be triggering a reaction with it. But then, okay, I realized this is an 8-second buff, so all you had to do really is just make sure that your rotation means that you will apply a pitch element to the enemies before you swap to Zhongli. And then you'll trigger Crystallize, and that'll proc this buff. Now granted, it's 8 seconds, so it's gonna be just as long as 4VV. So yeah, it's not very long, but it's certainly a lot longer than 4 Tenacity. How about a Noblesse Zhongdong? That was sort of my goal, but I got distracted. I got distracted, as you can see. Where is it? Oh, as you can see, yeah. You know, I got a little distracted. I got distracted, and despite that, I still don't even have a good set for her. I'm still on 4 Glad. Petra is kind of okay, right? I think I remember thinking Petra was okay from like a long time ago. I don't remember exactly what it does. Petra, 15% geo damage bonus, obtaining shard. For that particular element for 10 seconds. Wait, all party members. Okay. I guess it's okay. But it's not perfectly reliable, especially in an AoE situation. If you have like if you're fighting many enemies that have multiple different elements that can be crystallized. So it's in single target, or if you're fighting only one element, sure. But generally, okay, let's say you're fighting a cryo slime and a cryo no, sorry, what is it called? Whopper flower. Okay, you hold Eon Zhongli, you crystallize. You crystallize the cryo slime. Okay, you get a cryo crystallized shield. You pick it up, you get 35% damage bonus. Now, like that damage bonus is kind of gonna be useless against that cryo slime, which means you're gonna be running a team that has pyro in it, or hydro, or some other element. So like, do you get what I mean? Like it's reliable. It's a little more reliable, I think, but you can certainly put yourself in a situation where this damage buff is kind of useless. At one point, I remember building Emblem Zhongli. I think that's, yeah. Okay, now that you mentioned that, yeah, I think that's sort of the more universal builds that I could go for with Zhongli. Just make him like, since I want to use him as a burst damage dealer, because I really like his burst. his burst animation, I might as well go Emblem. It'll help out with the energy recharge, and it'll help out with the damage as well. Petra kind of nice for Nivelette because he has only Kazuha and Furina that can buff him. Kazuha and Furina, yeah. Well, I guess Yelan too, but Yelan doesn't. I mean, like you'll still get the passive, but Yelan's burst doesn't help at all. Kazuha, Furina, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But then you'd have to make sure to okay. I guess. Well, yeah, yeah. If you're running Nivelette, then you're likely running him in where you're not going to be fighting Hydro Slimes. Okay. Yeah, I think that's actually a good idea. Albeit, if you're already running him with Farina, you're already getting so much damage percent. So, like, I don't know if 35% is, like, gonna give you that much more. But if you're not running Farina and you need Farina for some other team, I think this is it's okay. Yeah, I think it's kind of okay. Like you EQ on Zhongli, sorry, on Nivelette, you hold E on Zhongli, then you crystallize, you pick it up, you pick up the Hydro Crystallized Shield, you VV. Yeah, you certainly want to do this first because this lasts a little longer than VV. Yeah, you VV on you swirl on Kazuha, and then you go ham. Okay, yeah, that sounds reasonable. But then again, you have to like run around, like you have to use at least 1 or 2 dashes to try and get to that crystallizer action quickly. But yeah, I think it works. I think it works. As for how well, I don't know if it'll be worth it, but maybe. Oh, how about this thing though? I just realized. Retracing. What does this thing do again? So obviously crit rate, we all know. Charge attack damage 15%. Okay, the 36 crit rate is pretty hard to beat. But 40% charged attack damage is also not is also nothing to scoff at. Bow light only works for yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Put this on Nivelette. If you have a C0 Nivelette, and obviously, you know, like you're likely gonna be running him with a shielder because you don't have the resistance to interruption, right? Okay, now I don't know. All right, like really gonna have to do like serious math, like theory crafting math to that because crit rate cannot be compared directly to damage percent. So actually gonna have to do like calcs on like how much DPS on average someone could do by building more crit damage because you have more crit rate from the hunter set versus having less crit damage on this set because you need to build more crit rate here because you don't get the crit rate buff, but you also do 25% more charge attack damage bonus. Wandering gives charge attack damage to yes, it's true. It's true. Wanders. Oh no, hang on. Just click on any boss. Wanderers does give 40%. Oh no, 35. Yeah. Okay, 30. So slightly less than that. 35%, but the EM is, I think, it's okay on a Zhongli, or sorry, in a Nivelet rainbow team. You know, like the Dia, Nivelet, Nahida, Raiden Shogun? Yeah. Because you will get occasional vapes on that team. I think this would be okay if you plan on running Nivelet in a rainbow team most of the time. Guess who uses Wanderer's Troop Nivelet here? Is that because you do use him in a rainbow team very often, or is that because just, you know, RNG? You got the stats? Who am I to judge? 76, 247. It's not good RNG. You can't replace that. Well, I mean, eventually, maybe you will be able to replace that. But it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while before you can replace that. The sad part is though is that if you run Zhongli on anything that's not the rainbow team, like I guess you could try to run an equivalent vape team, but like, I don't know even. I don't even know. You're probably gonna get one vape and that's it. $320 with Hunter. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I think it's okay. Yeah, it's mainly just that like the two-piece effect is sort of wasted if you run him in anything that doesn't require vaping. Anyway, I'm sorry guys. It's getting really late, and I've been yawning. Yeah, my brain's not really doing it anymore. But you know, since we've oops, not this one. This one, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna need to. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna need to change the the stream title anymore. We talked about it a little, so yeah. Nivelet Rainbow. The West has truly fallen. Sorry, what? I don't get it. It's no longer clickbait, yeah. It's no longer clickbait, so I don't need to change it anymore. Like, it's still kind of clickbaity, because, like, out of the, like, how long have we been going? Out of the 5-hour stream, we talked about it for, like, 2 minutes. So, like, yeah, still very clickbaity. So I might change it if YouTube gives me, like, a good thumbnail afterwards. Good thumbnail option. And then if I could come up with like a better title for the VOD, but yeah, other than that, like I don't think I need to anymore. Never mind, man. Go to sleep. Yeah, I think I don't get your joke because like I need to. I do need to go. Oh man. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Dude, wrong person. You've been here for like 5 hours. I thank you. I certainly hope you didn't have anything more important to do, but is this a conservative joke? Oh, I see. All right. But yeah, anyway, for Yeah, and you guys, okay, there's literally four concurrent viewers, so it's probably just you three and like one other person lurking. Oh, for whoever, like, you guys probably don't need help, but hey, if you guys need any help, and whoever you one other lurker are, if you need help building your characters' accounts, making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, guys. Yeah, thanks again. Thanks a lot for hanging out with us. Don't let the roaches bite. Boy, I already have a dad lore story for that, but we'll save that for another day. Yeah, goodbye, everyone.